And begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And if we could please have a moment of silence for Jim Johnson. Seated. And when you're ready, the roll call, please.
Councilmember De La Rosa? Here. Councilmember Ponce?
Here.
Councilmember Schickling? Here. Mayor Pro Tem Lavelle?
Here.
Mayor Marshall?
Here. Are there any announcements or written communications?
Yes, I have one announcement. The Parish Hall at St. Catherine of Alexander Church will be the designated vote center for the statewide direct primary election. Hours of operation will be May 30th through June 1st from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Election day, June 2nd, will be from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. LA County has begun mailing out ballots, so please remember you can return your ballot at the post office, the drop box outside of Avalon Library, or any vote center in LA County. I have also received 25 written communications regarding item 6, and copies have been dispersed to the City Council.
Thank you. Department head reports.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, and City staff. Jackie Cordero, Public Works Director. The Public Works crew fixed 3 leaks this last couple of weeks. They were on Clarissa, Lower Terrace, and East Whitley. Street plates remain over them as we wait for asphalt to arrive from the mainland, and they will be backfilled in the next couple weeks. The crew has also been troubleshooting the fuel dock restrooms for the last couple of weeks. Since the beginning of the year, the restrooms have been used 24/7. So with that increased demand, has left causing the...
The Roomba works.
Thanks, Roomba.
Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you. So back to the fuel dock restrooms. We've been dealing with some issues with it, with the increased demand of it being used 24/7, open 24/7. So that's leaving more clogging in the lift station. So tomorrow the crew will do a complete flush out and take out all the components to it and clean it very well. That should hopefully repair itself for the season, but other upgrades and repairs need to be done in the fall for it. Public Works crew and harbor maintenance with project manager John Gilbert installed the harbor clocks, which I'm sure you've all seen. They'll be doing some finishing touches in the next couple weeks. The crew also did new street markings on 3rd Street and Catalina. This will help with increased parking and also with the traffic flow with taxis and vehicles.
Let me ask a question. Is somebody going to explain that a little more in detail today? Okay. Thank you.
The rest of the street markings throughout town will occur in June. And then we're doing the last weed abatement pass this week around town, and we're doing starting our summer routine maintenance, like pressure washing the front street, alleyways, benches, parks. And finally, it's Public Works Appreciation Week. If you see the crew out there working at the parks and streets and beaches, please say hi and show your appreciation. Thank you. Any questions?
When would you like me to do the proclamation, City Manager?
For the Public Works Week?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we are working on one, actually.
No, I got it right here.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah, when do you want?
Do you want to do it now?
Sure.
Sure.
As I say, we
It's
don't-
just me and Jamie. I invited the other Public Works crew, but a lot of them have second and third jobs. So
Jamie, oh, you have
Oh.
your vest and helmet, okay.
I love it. I love it.
Okay. I'll just read from here. Rooted in service, powered by community, National Public Works Week, May 17th to the 23rd, 2026. A proclamation of the Council of the City of Avalon recognizing National Public Works Week. Whereas public works professionals play a vital role in maintaining and improving the infrastructure, vehicles, and equipment for all city departments, facilities, and services that are essential to the health, safety, and quality of life for residents, businesses, and visitors in the City of Avalon. And whereas in a unique island community such as Avalon, public works professionals are responsible for maintaining roads, saltwater and wastewater systems, storm drains, public buildings, beaches, harbor infrastructure, and public spaces that support both daily life and the local tourism economy. And whereas these essential services are provided through the dedicated efforts of public work employees, engineers, managers, operators, and maintenance staff who work diligently, often behind the scenes, to ensure that Avalon's infrastructure remains safe, reliable, and sustainable. And whereas the City of Avalon recognizes the importance of educating residents, visitors, and future generations about the vital role public works plays in preserving our community, protecting public health, and supporting environmental stewardship on Catalina Island. And whereas the year 2026 marks the 66th annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association, celebrating the theme of public service and the professionals who keep communities running every day. And now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Avalon, on behalf of its residents, here proclaims the week of May 17th through the 23rd, 2026 as National Public Works Week in the City of Avalon, and encourages all residents to join in recognizing the dedication, hard work, and important contributions of Avalon's public works professionals who help keep our island community safe, clean, and thriving. Dedicated this 19th day of May, 2026, signed by the City Council. Congratulations. So we're coming for a photo op.
Canceled all department head. Other than Matt Dagers, he's got one cruise. Yeah. Good work. Please, you dear, can you move the short chair?
Okay, that's a hard act to follow, dude. Come on.
You didn't wear a fire hat when we were up here for fire service.
Sounds like we need to get you
Way too
one.
big for my
We
head.
have small ones. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Staff. Scott, good to see you. Michael Alegria, Fire Chief. I want to make a statement from last time I said Baywatch, we didn't need them because we were too good. They're so good at teaching us how to do it, and they take care of the more important stuff like IVs and airways. That's why they've trained us so well, so we don't need the training once we receive it. Open house, thanks for the couple of you that came to open house. Kids had a blast. Got to ride in the new little vehicle we have. We served pancakes. Thanks, Megan, for donating pancakes, bacon, sausage. Good little turnout. And see, weed abatement, June 1st. We've already gone around starting to take photos. We're going to be working with Donna, getting addresses, email addresses to send out to homeowners on things and Island Company about properties that need their weed abatement. Today opened up grant funding for a ton of different things for fire service. And then last week they also opened Prop 4 with for wildland fire mitigation stuff. So we're gonna get with the Conservancy and the Conservation Company that have grants now, and they could assist us in that to get some grant funding for wildland mitigation around the city, see what we can't cover this year. That's it. Any questions?
I just want to make sure. I was actually going to send you something that I saw today. It's for the wildfire prevention grants, and it was due July 8th, which is kind of coming up, but
we have
okay,
that
making
one.
sure you had that.
You need any help with outreach for letters of support? Are you guys good on that front?
We will once we get it going.
Okay, let us know what you need.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City staff, City Council. We had a very busy last month. We had 492 calls in our system. 370 of those were calls made by the or observations made by the deputies, and 122 were calls from the public. We had 8 arrests for all kinds of different things, including 2 DUIs, stolen vehicle, 2 child abuse, domestic violence, a lot of different things going on. We had 46 traffic stops, 5 pedestrian stops. During that time, we wrote 5 hazardous citations, 3 non-hazardous, and we did 5 citations for open container. We're working with the National Guard right now. They're about halfway through the DDRO program at the high school. Basically, it's actually called Drug Demand Reduction and Outreach, and it's been going fantastic. It's better than I thought it was going to be. Hopefully, we have them come back every single year. Nothing but positive reviews from parents and from students. I've been surprised at how excited they've been and how it's working out. We are fully staffed for the Memorial Weekend, and we hired an additional sergeant and 2 deputies for the wine mixer just to have additional personnel in case it gets busy.
And those are paid for by the Island Company?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. How did prom night go?
I'm sorry?
Prom night. Was there any incidents at prom night?
Nothing really came on my radar. I went to the Contract Cities in Indian Wells, but I got no calls, so that's usually a good thing.
Okay, excellent. Good. Any questions?
Any questions?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. Matt Baker, Finance Director. I have a lot to present tonight, so I'll try to make this one brief. March visitor-driven revenues were really positive for the city. I think everyone out in town felt it was a busy spring, and that's definitely reflected in the numbers I've seen. TOT was up 40%, or a little more than 40%, and that's both for hotels and vacation rentals. Based on a passenger count, the express or the cross-channel carriers were up also in the 40%, 48%, I believe. So really busy spring reflected really positively in the numbers. Again, a March is different than a July up 40%, but it's certainly positive. So I'll have a full report that I'll share with council. I was compiling it up until 5 o'clock today, so I'll share that in an email and put that on the website tomorrow.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Okay. Community Services?
Good evening, Council, Madam Mayor. On May 5th, we had an incredible community event in the Casino Theater for Cinco de Mayo. The school, elementary, TK through 5th grade all performed, followed by the 3 local folklorical dance groups, Ballet Folklorico Quetzal, Corazón de Carolina, and Grupo de Baile Tierra Bella. It was a beautiful event in a beautiful venue. There was 600 people who attended the event, so we consider it a huge success. We want to thank Stephen Hill of Catalina Island Company for hosting us in the theater. On May 11th, the YMCA Youth and Government class hosted a successful candidate forum, marking the very first time our local youth have directly engaged in the city government. Student leaders Stephanie Rodriguez, Penelope Garcia, Jack Garcia, Catherine Gonzalez, Catalina Ponce, Stephanie Deegan, and Lucia Alegria took the initiative to draft and pose questions to the 4 city council and 4 mayor candidates. We extend a special thank you to the YMCA for helping to bring this event here. And we also like to thank our local librarian, Paul Birchall, for excellently moderating the event. The forum was a resounding success, drawing over 300 views on YouTube, so we're excited about that. Join us this Monday, May 25th at 11 a.m. at the Avalon Municipal Cemetery. Together, let's gather to honor and remember the brave individuals who gave their lives so we can enjoy ours. We hope to see you there on Monday, May 25th, 11 a.m. Sign-ups are still underway for the upcoming Prime Timer event on Wednesday, May 27th, from 1 to 3 p.m. Admission is $10 and includes a viewing of the new exhibits, Witness of Labor, Portraits of Essential Workers, and Chasing the Sun, the art in Chasing the Sun, the art and process and design and writing of a children's book. This is all up at the museum. We will be, after seeing the new exhibits, we will have lunch and play bingo up on the terrace. To register or learn more, please visit thecityofavalon.com. We don't have any extra events coming up right now, but this next 2 weeks is pretty jam-packed. Some of the upcoming events happening is this Wednesday, our girls softball team up at the AHS won yesterday 6-5, moving them into the quarterfinals. They're going to San Bernardino to play San Bernardino High down there. If they win that one, there's a good chance they come back Friday for the semifinals. So let's make sure when they come back, that we support them greatly. Taste Around Avalon is this Thursday from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Another great yearly event that the Chamber of Commerce, or Love Catalina, puts on. The Catalina Wine Mixer at Descanso Beach from the 29th through the 31st of this month. Also, the 33rd annual Just for the Halibut Fishing Tournament will be on May 31st from 12 to 6 p.m. And then the Catalina Museum of Art and History during their first Friday, June 5th, starting at 4 p.m. They are having the artist Mauricio Martinez, whose current exhibit, Witness of Labor, Portraits of Essential Worker, will run through the museum until October 11th. This will be, after the talk with him, this will be followed by a 5:30 performance by the LA Opera singers Melody Fernandez, who is a soprano, and Jonathan Leceo, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, or Leceo, who is a tenor. So there's a lot to do in town, so please go out and support all the local businesses and exhibits that are going on. Any questions for me?
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Jocelyn Francis, Assistant City Manager. So I have a couple updates. On Thursday, May 21st in the afternoon, a team from SCAG will be here with the local data exchange team. They're working on the regional transportation plan and sustainable communities strategy for the region for 2050. They're looking to publish that data in 2027. So I'm excited to bring them to the island in person, be able to give them a tour of our city, meet with planning and building staff in the city manager's office, so we can get good data maps and books and whatnot from that process. So just wanted you to be aware of that if you see me driving folks around. And then Jackie alluded to this earlier, effective Monday, June 1st, we will be limiting drop-off, pickup, passenger loading on Pebbly Beach and the Cabrillo Mole to the city authorized taxi company, Coast and Circuit, and hotel shuttles, as well as non-commercial folks, friends and family dropping folks off. So letters will be going out to every single transportation permit holder that's approved with the city, reminding them that their pickup and drop-off locations that were clearly stated in the conditions of approval by City Council are to be met. And if they were allowed to use the Mole or Pebbly Beach, they'll need to find alternative places for that. And depending on the business, we did improve markings on Lower Catalina. We extended the taxi shuttle zone for transportation permit holders that are impacted by this move. And so we're going to work through it. It's going to be an uncomfortable couple years, but we'll manage it. We can always pivot if we need to, but that'll be effective June 1st. But Public Works has already striped the locations out there. We're ordering signs this week, and like I said, letters will be going out to all the businesses tomorrow.
If somebody parks on 3rd Street now, is that not a problem in those spaces that you've made?
Yeah, no, now anybody can use those areas because the curb markings do state their intended use. So on 3rd Street, it's a 2-hour parking, and it's really for autoettes only. So note the pavement markings, the white pavement markings on the street are important. If your tire is over that line, you're subject to a citation. So those spots are, and when I say autoettes, narrow autoettes. You got to fit in the lines. A full-size vehicle is not going to fit, and even some of those larger, wider vehicles might not fit there either, so just be cognizant.
And that is two-way traffic.
Two-way traffic,
Yes.
yeah.
Just
For
public-
now,
public
3rd Street
areas.
and Catalina will remain two-way traffic. Again, we can pivot. We're going to try this out. We're going to see what happens, and make it work.
Are we going to do any public outreach, social media, just to alleviate the confusion?
Yeah, for sure. So there's confusion. People think it's already a one-way street?
Or some people don't even know why we're doing it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we can do that for sure.
Yeah, like I don't know. Is this for the mole phase 2 project or something? We're shifting everything. So why do we need autoette parking on 3rd Street?
If I could, in order to move the larger vehicles, tour vehicles, onto Catalina and away from the mall, we had to add additional red zone over there, which took away some of the green spaces. So we had to remove some of so in order to not have fewer parking spaces down there, we were able to, with the fire chief, measure out 3rd Street. We felt comfortable adding autoette-only parking on there, so we were able to add 6 parking spaces there after removing some for red zones on Catalina.
Oh, okay.
So that was really the reason, the motivation for doing that, but it never changed to one-way.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then this Friday, May 22nd, we'll have vehicle hearings here in the City Council chambers, starting at 8:30 a.m., ending around 2:30. And then one last thing, just because I keep getting questions, but I'm still waiting on the state for approval for our bulky item household hazardous waste pickup event here. Normally we have it in the spring and in the fall, so I'm still waiting to hear back on that, and y'all be the first to know when I hear back, so thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Jocelyn, I got a question. I don't know if it's actually for you or for the police or both, but I didn't see during the art festival this year, because I'm on the board, so I'm there all the time. I didn't see any public works presence or like animal control or any police. There were tons of people with dogs, and one of them actually deposited something on the street, and the owner just kept walking. So if we could, when we have festivals like that, where there's a lot of people, if we could assign somebody to just say, okay, no dogs, get out of here, clean up, or whatever, that would be greatly appreciated.
Okay, yeah.
Do we not have on their permit or application form where they have to put that they need additional personnel down there? I know that's usually for other cities, they do that.
We don't have that requirement necessarily for like the art festival. We didn't have that they have to hire them. We usually try to make sure that we have it staffed up as needed. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kelly Rebuffo, Contract Planner. Tomorrow night, May 20th at 5 p.m. is our monthly Planning Commission meeting here in the Council chambers. There are 2 items on the agenda tomorrow night. One is a transient rental license for 310 Catalina Avenue. And then the other item on our agenda is the consideration for recommendations to the City Council for updates to the city's accessory dwelling unit regulations. So we're going to be catching up on all of the ordinances all the state regulations that were adopted in 2025. So once we get a recommendation from Planning Commission tomorrow, we'll be scheduling that for consideration by council, probably your second meeting in June.
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Our harbor master was on vacation last week. He did return physically today. I texted him. I think he forgot today was a council meeting, so we'll see. He may or may not show up with his report. So just want to start off by publicly thanking Senator Adam Schiff, Assemblymember Lowenthal, and Hector De La Torre for spending May 6th here with us at the city and on the island. Literally spent all day, 8+ hours on the city, viewed the mole project, met with all of council, heard a lot about our projects that are coming up, our wants and needs here in the city, met with the hospital, met with Edison, met with the Save the Deer Coalition, casino tour into the interior. So he was able to get out, meet with all the stakeholders here. It was outstanding to have that type of contact with him, with the senator and their staff. We're definitely on the radar. Had a number of follow-ups since then. Looking for follow-up meetings, and we would just really appreciate their attention and everybody that participated here on the island. A couple days later after that, on May 8th, last Friday, we had State Senator Lena Gonzalez here for the ceremonial presentation of the $1 million check that she really championed for the city in order to allow us to replace all of the pier decking out there on the pier. And we're going to start that project here in November. Very excited about that because that's the kind of funding that we're always out there trying to get in order to get these projects done. And when it comes through, it's such a relief because it gives us a little breathing room and able to devote those funds that we were otherwise going to spend to elsewhere that we need it. Jocelyn and Jackie had talked about the markings on 3rd Street and Catalina, but you're also going to see some in the near future. We're going to make some movements or changes out there physically at the mall because of the construction that's going on currently and so some of the parking that's getting eaten up. We're going to cordon off an area for the taxis to pull right up to what will be the taxi line rather than parking in the parking lot and having people walking through in front of traffic to get to the taxis. It'll be like what you normally see at an airport taxi line. You come right up there, walk right up. They'll have a queuing line for the taxis and they'll be able to go. The same queuing line for the residents to drop off and pick up will be there, and we're going to remove some of that area where you see the taxis just parking now in order to make a better flow of traffic going out of there. So we're going to start that. We have some stanchions that will be here or are already on island, and we'll get that marking down there on the road to make it obvious for everybody that'll see it. And then finally, just want to announce City of Avalon's accepting applications for the Planning Commission. We have 3 positions that are becoming vacant here at the end of June, so we're accepting applications. You can go either with the city clerk at City Hall or go online and fill out an application. It's for a 4-year term commencing July 1st. 2026, expiring June 30th, 2030, and those are 3 positions that are vacant. Well, I shouldn't, they're vacant, but I anticipate some of our current commissioners will reapply, hopefully, because we really have a great commission, but we're always looking for people that are interested. So,
He just walked in.
Did he just walk in?
He's kind of hiding, but yeah.
He's hiding.
Behind
Kevin,
us.
you have anything to say?
Does our city attorney have anything to report?
Just great to be back in the city, and my wife is especially enjoying shopping and people watching today.
Excellent. Okay. Council member reports.
I'll go first, I guess. I enjoyed Adam Schiff and Josh Lowenthal's visit, and Hector as well. I was working, but part of their tour was out at Edison, so it was cool to join the tour just for the Edison portion, and then one of my meetings canceled, so I got to join for lunch. Yay, that was cool. It was really an honor to meet the senator. I've been a big fan of his for a long time. Then I attended the Gateway Cities COG in Lisa's place, and it was an interesting meeting. There was a lot of stuff that they were talking about. The closing of the men's central jail is a big topic, and it's been going on for years, and they're trying to figure out how exactly to do it, and there's a lot of cities involved in that. So it's quite a process, and it was actually quite eye-opening to understand exactly why they picked that particular jail, because it's old and they don't have the safety things. I mean, that regularly people that work there can get beaten by people that are incarcerated and really hurt and stuff like that. So they need to change it and they need to fix it. So that was interesting. Also, they mentioned that the broadband program that we are involved in too, that they have done an amazing amount of work to get that funding, and the cities to have broadband. It's going full steam ahead. I guess there were some cities that haven't put in their information yet, but anyway, that deadline is approaching. And then they were also so excited about the Purple Line extension. So that just opened up. So if you're over town and you need to use public transportation, I would definitely recommend it. I saw when they opened it on KTLA that there's fantastic artwork at all of the stops and stuff like that. It looked pretty cool. So I felt like I was like, in a big city. I felt like I was doing stuff. Also, if the candidates forum was great, and thank you both, especially heading this up and getting it together. I wasn't able to be here in person, but I did watch it on YouTube live, and it was really, really good. So if you're still undecided about candidates and you need to know some information, that is still available on the city YouTube channel. So I thoroughly encourage you to check that out. And last but not least, for the first time, I tried the roller skating in the casino, which was a blast. So if you haven't done that, I think it's such a cool thing.
And I was hating every second of it. I missed my golf cart and getting somewhere in 2 minutes. But we survived. We made it up and we made it back down. I attended all their sessions, so there was a lot going on. They had one for mapping a modern economic plan. And what I really liked about that was, I think what resonated for me was more making sure that we can streamline all of our answers, so it doesn't matter who you speak to at City Hall or city staff, it's gonna be the same answer. So having all of us on the same page about that. And I know it's a lot of work, but I just appreciated that. And then another session was homelessness. And again, what resonated for me was the county is creating what they call an info hub. And so what you'll be able to do is put in their name, all the information needed, and you'll be able to see all the programs that they are in. So you don't have to, double book, but or programs that they can get them in, because as we know, we're over here, so it's kind of hard to know what is available for them or what will suit them. Of course, they spoke about water, and with that, we're all on the same page. And that was a little bit of comfort knowing that we're not the only ones struggling, but also just did not make me feel any better about the situation. Another one that I spoke to Dave about, which I really appreciated, was Google did a session. And it was AI to boost city capacity. And it was a new reinvented way of residents to take a survey. And it's not your rate this 1 to 5, agreed, disagree, whatever. It was full force, write how you feel. And the AI organizes everything into the categories, the subcategories, and gives you the meat and potatoes of it all. So I really wanted, because I know our town has a lot to say, and so here is the platform to do that. And of course, so we have to look and see, there is a free version, but I know that that's how they pitch it, and so we want to see how much it actually costs. So I was able to get a contact, and I'll make sure to transfer that to Dave. And what's another one that really... another one that I really liked was linking cities and districts together. And for us, that's, again, another issue because we're over here. So I make sure to speak to somebody. And there was also a speaker from LA County Educational Board. So I make sure to get their contact so we can see how we can also streamline those services between the city, our campus, and the district. Because I know that's something that, even though we're starting to work on it, we need to do more. And so it was a busy weekend.
I'll go next. I also attended the open house at the fire station. Thought I was going to miss it as I was walking down my stairs and all the sirens went off. So I got there going, there's not going to be anybody there, but there was, so that was fun. Thank you for doing that. Also attended the meetings and the greets with Senator Schiff and Assemblyman Lowenthal and Hector De La Torre. It's great to talk to more higher up elected officials that can get our needs looked at in a different way. But it was great knowing that we're on their radar, that they represent an island. Adam Schiff was very excited that he's always wanted to represent Catalina Island, so now he's got that ability. And then I would also like to thank the YMCA and the legislative kids. The forum was great. They did a great job. These kids were very impressive, and just kudos to them. And I hope it's something that we continue.
Was also thankful for everyone visiting. Had a quick brief moment because I was heading over for SCAG for the conference out in Palm Springs, and was really thankful to Assemblymember Lowenthal for bringing up the fact that the definition of rurality is changing in a lot of federal laws. And so just ensuring that Avalon remains a rural community and gets the benefit of being a rural community, since we are, even though we're in one of the largest counties in the country. At SCAG, first off, had the opportunity to meet Rashina Young, who's our new municipal liaison for Edison, and have a call with her tomorrow. Also have Island Connectivity call tomorrow. And then was super excited to hear about the local data exchange program being here. That's great. They had mentioned during the sessions that they would be working on that program and reaching out to the individual cities, and I'm glad to see that we were one of the first after the conference was over. I know they said it's going to be like another 6-month process for them to reach all the cities throughout SCAG. Also attended Contract Cities. Wanted to see if we could put, just either for a matter of learning or as a matter of discussion onto a future agenda, the EIFD program, which is the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District. I know we talked about T-bids previously, but didn't know if this was the same thing or something different, if it was something that we could apply here or not, if it makes sense or not. So just trying to learn more info about it. And basically what it is it takes the incremental growth of, if my understanding is correct, the incremental growth from property taxes to be able to then create a funding district for financing community projects. Is that close to the right space that I'm in?
You're in the universe, yes.
Okay. I'll take the universe. New topic, got a lot to learn. So the City of Montebello gave a really great chat about how they streamline efficiencies to be able to allow businesses and construction to thrive in their city. They, of course, have a lot more open land than we do, so that's really fun. But one of the interesting things that stuck with me was the way that they, and I think we do a relatively good job at this, but just want to see if there's space where we can improve, where they front load a lot of the CEQA requirements into the application process, so that if a project has to go to the point of having a full CEQA review, the majority of that work is already done because it's part of the project in the first place. I thought that was a really fascinating thing to try to help keep cost as low as possible and keep information flowing as quickly as possible to avoid delays in additional information needed after a certain point. Had the chance to meet with our rep from LASA, Victor Sanchez, and he was like, hey, if you guys are putting in low income housing and or homeless assistance housing into your housing projects, let's talk. I've got money for you. So let's talk. He's got money for us. The meeting that Mary covered for me, which I'm so thankful for, I actually was at a personal event. I had gotten tickets to go see a show called Hilarity for Charity. If you have anyone in your life that is going through Alzheimer's, Lewy body dementia, Parkinson's, any kind of illness that requires mental health care with regard to dementia, Hilarity for Charity is an organization that provides short-term grants for family members to receive in-home care services for up to 3 months, or day center care services for up to 24 days out of 3 months. They're free grants. They are something I know when we were working with my dad for 2 years at home, and it was just my mom and I. It was a lot. It can be very overwhelming and exhausting and frustrating and challenging, and being able to connect and have someone in home with you, even if it's just to take a break or to step away or to do errands, can be extremely helpful. So Hilarity for Charity is the name of the organization. They do work throughout all of LA County and all of the state. And so if anyone is in need of funding like that, I know that would have been hugely helpful for us 15 years ago. They have grants available, and they do a grant cycle every quarter. So please feel free to share that with people. It was a really great show. It was a lot of levity at a time where I feel like we need it more than ever. And then finally, well, a couple things, sorry. COG, Council of Governments Gateway Cities, is now doing a local events newsletter for all of the leaders that are part of their mailing list every month. So that includes all city managers from the COG and all elected officials who are on the COG mailing list. So what I did was I went ahead and submitted all of the events on the city and chamber calendars for next month. They'll be doing it monthly. So if there's any events that city people, residents would like us to make sure is on that calendar for other people to be aware of, please let me know. I'm happy to send that out every month, and we'll send you an email about what it is so we can get that on there, and Jim as well. And then decided to do the book club. I know Paul's probably going to talk about this. This is a fantastic book. If you haven't had a chance to read it yet, it's called They Called Us Enemy by George Takei. It's part of the Coast book club that is going on. It's California, I think Colorado, is that right? California, Colorado, Washington State, and Oregon are all doing the same book. So he's got copies at the library. The book club is coming up just this week in our local library. They'll also be doing an event on the 31st that you can join on Zoom with George Takei, and he'll be doing a whole session about the book. It's a graphic novel, which I love, so if anyone is not necessarily a big reader but loves comic book style books, fantastic to read. I literally read half of the book on the boat on the way over to one of the conferences this week. It was so good. And I never read on the boat. So yeah, would highly recommend it. And then finally, part of our platform that we have, every 2 years we reset our council agenda platform and legislative platform. We added, I don't know if it was last time or the time before that, but we added supporting bills that were in support of democracy. There's a massive amount of money that is getting moved right now by the executive branch, $1.6 billion, to compensate people who should not be compensated for fighting against democracy. I feel like there have been so many things that are anti-democratic and anti-constitutional happening, and I feel like I have not spoken up enough. Mostly because we're technically nonpartisan, but you can be nonpartisan and support the Constitution. You can be nonpartisan and support the rule of law. You can be nonpartisan and support the fact that elections should be free and fair and not be hindered by people seeking to change the outcome of an election because they don't like who was elected. I am thankful to our legislators that are our people who support us, that are filing a lawsuit against this money. They shouldn't be giving away taxpayer dollars for the sake of someone who tried to break the law, who broke into a building, who tried to stop an election. So please use your voice when you can, if you're comfortable to. This should be something that every person should be upset about. Even the most Trump-supporting Republican should be upset about this. This isn't what American tax dollars should be used for. So I'll get off my soapbox now, but
Very
sorry.
emotional, thank you.
Yeah, a little.
Okay, I attended everything else that everybody else did, except I missed the pancake breakfast. So we're going to move on to oral communication. This is an opportunity for people to speak to items that are not on the agenda. You will be limited to 2 minutes and no action will be taken. So who would like to step up first? Here comes Paul Burchell.
This time I better make sure I'm exactly 2 minutes. Hello, everybody. Paul Burchell, Avalon Library. Tomorrow, before you go to open house, come to the library. I've got a puppet show with Haynes Marionettes at 4 o'clock. It's going to be so sweet. They're really good. I think I've got at least one of the preschools is going to come. We'll see. But it's going to be really great. Whole family should come. It's really delightful. Haynes Marionettes has been out a bunch of times. They're really good folks, very creative. Right after that, I'm going to try showing a little movie. So if you don't feel like going to open house, come watch Labyrinth with David Bowie.
Nice.
That sounds like, I do that. But then later on in the month, everything you wanted to know about Catalina, but were afraid to ask, with Chuck Liddell and Sandy Putnam. We're going to be talking about one of the old families of Catalina. That's going to be on the 27th. And then at the end of the month, 2 book clubs. Hamnet, which I've held over from the previous one because I was rehearsing for the play and I wasn't able to do the book club. So we're going to do that. And then on the 27th, They Called Us Enemy, the George Takei book. It's awesome. We're going to show a little movie called Beam Me Up Sulu, and then we're going to discuss the book. And then again on the 31st, well, actually it's a Sunday, so I won't, but there's a live stream at East LA Library where George Takei is going to be in conference with the big Queen librarian, Sky Patrick. A lot of good stuff coming up in June. I'm going to be participating in Pride. We're going to do drag queen paper dolls and pride flags, and I'll hand out my little stickers. And that should also be when Ironwood, the new Michael Connolly book, is out. We're going to try doing that as our book club. Thank you very much for your time. It was a great pleasure always talking to you.
Who's next?
Thank you, Mayor Marshall and city staff and council. I'm John Council, 352 Catalina Avenue. I'm here representing Marine Mammal Care Center out of LA County, and our organization has been handling all the marine animal rescues on Catalina Island since 2012 here. Our organization is about 45 years old, and we handle a lot of animals throughout the county. We average, well, naively, I thought that when we started this in 2012 that I'd probably get maybe 1 call a month or something, and that quickly changed, and we average about 320 calls a year, 3 today. And a majority of these animals are not marine mammal related. It's just sort of morphed into this thing. So, over the years now I'm handling rattlesnakes and fox for the Conservancy and deer and, hummingbirds to blue whales. If it's got a pulse, we get a call for it. So all the animals that are non-marine mammal related, I'm just doing as a public service to the island and our community because there apparently is nobody else that's able to handle it or willing to handle it, especially after hours at like 2 a.m. when we get calls for animals that are on the roads or things like that. So wanted the council and the staff to be aware of the work that we're doing. I think a lot of you have seen us driving around handling a lot of things all the time, but it would be nice if we could get additional support for the parts that are not marine mammal related. I'm compensated through our company for whales, dolphins, and pinnipeds, but all the other stuff is out of my own pocket. So I try to do a good job for the city, and I do respond at 2 a.m. in the morning, 3 a.m. in the morning, and stuff like that on a regular basis. So in case that everybody's in bed and they don't see me doing it, I'd like you to know that it's happening. Okay, here you go. Thanks.
Well, let me ask really quickly. So pelicans and cormorants aren't in the marine animal rescue jurisdiction?
They are birds. So
They're
they're not
birds,
marine
so
mammals.
even though they're-
So I handle those. As a matter of fact, I picked up a pelican today and 2 cormorants. One of the cormorants had a hook in its foot, and I was able to field fix that, remove the hook, release it, but I've got another cormorant that was over by the trailhead and was just standing in the street, so we don't know what's... So what I'll do is I'll feed those animals for a couple days to see if they spark up. If they do, then I'll continue to feed them, and then we'll release them if for some reason they just don't look like they're doing well. There is avian flu that's sort of floating around from Central Coast all the way down to San Diego. So we do have cases periodically here on the island. So if that's the case, sometimes they don't make it anyway, even despite you trying to feed them, they just crash. So anyway, that's what happens.
I appreciate that, President. Does anybody have a quick question or two?
Any other questions?
I was just going to ask for your funding. Where do you get funding from?
Where do we get funding from?
Yeah.
Well, we have all sorts of things. On the mainland, all the coastal cities pay an annual stipend. So I argued against that for us here because I knew that our city was small and we didn't have a large population base. So years ago, I said, you know, it's kind of hard to put that additional cost on us. So we're sort of absorbing or being absorbed by the coastal cities on the mainland. But that's just for the marine mammal stuff. And we get a lot of it over there. And they get a lot more calls from marine mammal stuff on the mainland than we do here. We get a lot here, probably, 100 or so a year. But everything else, 320, everything else is non-marine mammal. So anyway, so the cities all pay. They get funding from private investors and benefactors, things like that, that'll donate. And we have some citizens here that donate every year to it, too. So.
Okay. Would you be able to send us an email? I want to have more of a conversation with you, but I know for public comment we shouldn't be doing it now. So I just want to get a little more info of kind of how we can help and see what we can do for you. Yeah.
All right.
And just send it to the city manager and the staff, and because we're in budget now, so.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. We work pretty closely with Jocelyn and her crew and the city, sort of the traffic guys. But anyway, we work with them pretty close. So anyway, all right, thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you for what you do.
Good evening, Mayor Marshall and City Council members. My name is Adam Fink. I'm the Chief of Programs with the Catalina Island Conservancy, and I'm here to share some exciting news for Avalon and for Catalina. This year, our partner, the Conservation Corps of Long Beach, or CCLB, was awarded an $897,000 CAL FIRE grant to support wildfire prevention work on Catalina. CCLB was one of 4 LA County projects selected statewide, which is a reflection of how seriously wildfire risk is being taken. And so the work of this particular grant will focus on removing Genista linfolia and other highly flammable invasive vegetation in and around Avalon, reducing the fuel load that allows fires to spread quickly toward homes and infrastructure. This project will cover 450 acres, including along Stagecoach Road, St. Catherine's Way, East End Light Road, Wrigley Road, and Avalon Canyon Road, with the goal of better protecting roughly 1,800 structures and key evacuation routes. So CCLB has been a trusted conservancy partner for years. Beginning as early as this summer, their crews will start making week-long visits, and they plan to make 62 week-long visits through 2029. Working alongside Conservancy staff. We also plan to facilitate their lodging and transportation. They'll also be working alongside LA County Fire. And we just met with Avalon Fire Department also to coordinate efforts. So the Conservancy is committed to this community. This project is a great example of ensuring the long-term resilience of this island. And Dan Knapp from Conservation Corps of Long Beach is actually here tonight, and I know he's eager to share just a bit more about the project. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. Mayor, Council, excited to be here. Dan Knapp, Conservation Corps of Long Beach. We have a cherished and long-term relationship with the Catalina Island Conservancy. We've been sending crews out for many years now. Our folks get so much out of coming out to the island. They get a chance to serve. They get a chance to be in this very beautiful, natural environment. And as a conservation workforce development program, we're always looking for projects that are multi-benefit. We're workforce development, youth development. We're looking for a project for our folks who are going to get training. They're going to learn something. They're going to have a career pathway. And at the same time, we're always looking to serve the community. And this is such a great project, and we're really excited that we were able to get this funding. We've, as a Conservation Corps, certified Conservation Corps, we specialize in, fire fuel reduction, wildland fire training, what have you. We were the first Corps to be called out to Altadena, post-Altadena fire. We helped at Farnsworth Park there. And coincidentally, we just hosted the Hawaiian Conservation Corps. Actually, they have a Conservation Corps in Hawaii that's really looking to bolster their fire mitigation efforts in the shadow of Lahaina and all the other islands that are over there. So they came out, they hung out with our folks, that we were sharing resources with them. But again, more than anything else, please look to us as a resource. Our young folks love coming out to the island. They're looking to a career pathway. We've got to meet with the fire chief earlier. A lot of our folks are going into that workforce, and whether it's with CAL FIRE, U.S. Forest Service, look to us as a resource. We're so happy to be able to serve, and we're looking forward to helping, the island. So thank you.
A really quick question. I understand the firefighting thing and the weed mitigation and all that, but what other kind of career paths can they get from the Long Beach Conservation
So
Corps?
I was just sharing with them, where's our marine mammal guy? So we have a boat now. So we're focusing on marine restoration in the greater Long Beach area. We have a crew right now that works specifically in the Seal Beach National Wildlife Refuge. That's embedded in the Naval Weapons Station there, so they're all background checked from the Department of Defense. But they're doing research with NOAA scientists on the sea turtles there. We're doing eelgrass restoration in Colorado Lagoon. We have an urban lumber program where some of the trees, like for example, that folks lost in Altadena in the Palisades, or they were forced to lose them because of their insurer, we're milling that lumber and giving it back to that homeowner so they can do something with that tree that was in their yard. We have a pre-apprenticeship construction training program, habitat restoration. We do a lot of different work, and folks are coming to our doors. We have a waiting list right now of about 100 young folks trying to get into the program because they want to come out here and they want to do cool stuff on the island. They want to serve their community. It's a great, it's always I'm always in awe of the empowerment of young folks. So again, with your help, we'll do even more.
Thank you, Dan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry to elaborate on that. Okay. And, yes, please.
Good evening. Hello, everybody. Sarah Mitz from Avalon Local Tours. Good evening. Thank you for having me up here. Just wanted to connect a couple concerns. As many of you know, the golf cart tours have been super popular, super blessed to have so many visitors coming on the cruise ships and in town as the visitor rates are up. It's been really awesome. And I think there's plenty of room for growth and plenty of room for plenty of operators. Couple of my concerns, though, as I've been in the hospitality industry here for over 30 years, know the town, know the people, and I'm having a really hard time. There's multiple unpermitted people doing the tours, and we're not talking about just a quick ride up to the, campground for a quick ride or favor. It's full-on tours throughout the day. Multiple people have been, contacted and reported, and we've tried to reach out. Word has it they're red flagged, but two of them were out there today, and it's really hard for me when I pass these people. My concerns are they're a huge liability for the city, number one, which I think we all should be seriously concerned about. They're picking up people, no insurance, no permit. It really brings up a lot of other questions. There's another operator operating with no sticker, no plates, not even any temporary DMV info, which I'm having a hard time. We're LA County, all of our carts, all of our cars are required to have these stipulations. And I find it really hard to believe that operators can operate here. We're going on about a year, I think, with zero accountability, zero answers, and just a red flag, whatever that means. So in turn, and another one of these things is some of these larger vehicles, technically, legally, you should have a passenger endorsement for 10 people or more. Not sure if that is accounted for or been thought about or heard of, but that is a California DMV law. Definitely want to keep that in mind. So I want to just know tonight, what are the rules? What are the regulations? 4 years ago, when we came up here, you blessed us with a lovely yes so we could start this thing, which I'm so appreciative of. But right now, I'm having a hard time because we're paying a lot of fees other people are not paying. We kind of feel singled out, and the most recent applicants that have been approved have not been required to pay these fees. So why were we asked and they aren't? Have the rules changed? Is something going on? I just want it to be transparent and fair. Whoever wants to provide golf cart tours, I will refer them if I'm sold out. However, I don't feel it's fair for us to pay these fees, play by the rules, have the correct insurance, have the correct DMV qualifications, and other people are able to just skate by illegally, operating, huge liability to the city, which is a huge concern. And you're putting these people at risk. What if something happens like it just happened at Buena Vista Point the other day? So please keep that in mind. If you can get back to me, I know we're working on it, but I think it's a really urgent issue because permits are getting out, no one's being held accountable. And it makes you think you're getting rewarded for doing illegal business.
Right.
You know?
Sarah,
Thank you.
appreciate your comments. And whose bailiwick is this?
We'll touch base. We'll reach
Okay.
out. Yep.
All righty. Thank you, Sarah. Any others? Okay, presentations.
Gird your loins.
What a good word, bailiwick. Gird your loins.
It's Matt.
Good evening, Council. Matt Baker, Finance Director. The first presentation tonight is a quick one on kind of an update of where we're at for the short-term rental compliance hotline. So just as kind of as background, in December, we sent out a letter as part of the annual business license renewal process to all licensed short-term vacation rentals to provide us with updated 24/7 contact information. In that letter, we explained to them the new rules that were passed in November or October, which outlined the requirement of online representation and a business license, 24-hour contact, or if the owner-occupied unit or if the owner's on island, that would be an acceptable alternative to the business licensed operator. We have been working with property owners to get the correct information. I think there are some education, I guess, on the city's part to get out to the business owners to explain to them the new rules and to get the 24-hour contact information meeting those requirements of either being on island owner or a licensed 24 contact. So that's kind of on the background while we were also building out our compliance hotline, which is live as of today. That is now available to be used. There's two ways you can reach out. That's either on the phone, and that number is 424-395-4948. We will be blasting this on the city socials and on the city website in the coming days. We just went live with it. Some of the next pieces once we go live with it is to get the information out either through the website and then as well as updating our signage that we have in front of the business or in front of the vacation rental. So currently there is a signage requirement for all transient rentals to have in their window that's visible. And on that sign is the 24-hour contact information. But given the new hotline, it makes sense that we would have updated signs. So Donna in Planning is working on rolling out updated signs. It will be on a phase basis, but our goal is to get that up before peak summer. But please ask either myself or planning kind of where we're at on that project. But it is a fairly sizable project, getting those updated signs out there. The other thing we're working on behind the scenes is working with our GIS partner to have a map of the city with the vacation rentals identified on that map. One of the challenges, and I will go through a demonstration of the hotline, is sometimes it's difficult to know what house the noise is coming from, and we can't solve all of that challenge, but one way I think we're going to be able to help is if we have on the website at least a resource to where you can see which houses on a street are a licensed vacation rental. And so that is something we've been working with our GIS contractor on. I don't have an ETA on that, but it is something that we do think is important and we are working on behind the scenes. That being said, just given kind of where we're at in the year, we wanted to make sure.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yep.
While you're working with the GIS, is there a way to ask or see if there's a feature where if there is a rental that is not on there where they can report it? Like put the location?
So if as part of the hotline, if there is somebody operating who's not on the list, you can report that address. Obviously, we won't have the 24-hour contact number for that, so there won't be a phone call reaching out to any on-island operator because we don't have that information. But if you do suspect your neighbor is operating illegally as a transient rental, you can report any address in town through the hotline, and then the city can investigate from there. The hotline has a callback feature, which I'll show, that gives licensed operators the opportunity to respond to a complaint. But if there is a unlicensed operator, you can use the hotline as a way to inform the city of that suspected illegal activity.
Yeah, Yesenia, I checked out the website here, and the first radial button is unauthorized short-term rental, so it's covered. So, yeah.
So if you go to that link, you can either call the number, but and if we were to dial the prompt, you get asked by an answering or a robot a few background questions so they can direct the call. But then you ultimately do speak with the live operator when you explain the complaint. Just given the dynamics of dealing with the phone and having a live operator, I thought it would be better to walk through, at least for the purpose of this meeting, an online complaint. But the questions and the prompts are very similar, whether you're doing it online or whether you're doing it online or not. So the first question you get asked is, what's this about? What issue? We created some categories that we thought were going to be the most common issues. There's always the other, if you don't feel your complaint fits into any of the pre-filtered categories. The reason we created these categories is so we can do some reporting metrics, once we have more data in the complaint database to see if it's noise issues versus trash issues versus illegal activity issues. So we have better data that we can report out.
One of the other ones that I think of is golf carts that are, because the ones on the flats aren't supposed to have golf carts associated with them, but there's a lot of that going on. I don't know if they're using the owner's golf cart or renting one from somebody else.
Okay, and we can definitely update this as we go or as we
But I don't
get
know if it's
data.
not
If we're
important.
seeing a lot of other categories, we can make that correction. So just for the purpose of this, I'm going to say we had an unauthorized rental. It's going to ask you for the street address. For the purpose of this, we're going to use City Hall, 410 Avalon Canyon. As you start to type it, it'll pre-fill the population or the address, and then you hit next. If it's a condo, they will ask you to provide the unit number. You do need the unit number for using the referral. So if you are complaining about a Sol Vista or a Bahia Vista, rather, you do need unit number information in order. It will still record the complaint, but for us to identify it to a property, we do need the unit number if there is one. And that just helps with positively identifying the property. But if you don't want to go to Airbnb and find the address, or you aren't aware if it's on there or not, you can always hit X and then hit next. So unfortunately, working with the hotline developer, there is that additional step that if you don't have the URL for Airbnb or VRBO, you do have to hit X. So we tried to explain that here in bold for any user going through the hotline. If you have photos or videos you'd like to add to support your case, you can use that here. Hit next. You do have the option to provide your name and phone number. That way the city could reach out if they have additional questions or comments. One feature is if you do complain through the hotline phone number, they will ask for your contact information if you would like a follow-up call in 1 hour to check on the status of it. So the follow-up call is if you complain through the hotline over the phone. They will ask you if you want to call back for online. There isn't that feature if you're complaining through the online portal. For the purpose of this, you could say yes and type your name. It will also ask for an email address and phone number. But to speed this along, I'm going to say no, I'd like to stay anonymous. Thank you, we have everything we need. And then I hit finish. And I just received a text. Unfortunately, I had my phone on silent. I did receive a phone call just now, but I already have a text. And I am, in this case, the 24-hour contact on this demo. Says, City of Avalon, STR complaint hotline, your property at 410 Avalon Canyon Road has received a complaint on 5/19 at 6:11 p.m. You have 30 minutes to resolve the issue. The details are unauthorized short-term rental, illegal use. Reply 4 to acknowledge. So then the 24-hour contact has 30 minutes to acknowledge the receipt. I also received a phone call, and unfortunately I had it on mute, so it didn't go off, but you can respond either via the phone or through a text. They both come pretty much at the same time. Then you will get a response if you're the 24-hour contact saying, thank you, we will update the complaint record. As a reminder, you have 30 minutes to resolve this complaint. And so reply 6 to resolve. So as I'm going to go to the house or check on the issue, and I hit 6 to resolve. So I'm going to say, thank you, please provide us with the details on how you resolved this complaint. If it was too many people at the house, I can say I went to the house and asked them to leave. Again, the 24-hour contact is going to be able to provide their side of the story. The complainant will also have the ability to provide their side of the story. So if I'm sitting at home and I just say, yes, I responded, but I don't actually go out to the house, we will have, to the best we can, the information from the complainant as well. But that is how the complaint process works. This all then gets tracked in a database where city staff would have the ability to then reach out to the property owner or the 24-hour contact. So if the complaint happens over the weekend, we can follow up to kind of evaluate or adjudicate the response. Again, if you provide your contact information, that gives us more of an ability for a dialogue. But even if it's an anonymous complaint, we have the ability to at least see what the complaint was and how the 24-hour contact responded.
I have a question. So let's say there's a fight at my house and I call law enforcement. I'm not going to sit there and do a complaint form. So how do they make sure that it's been handled with the sheriff's department? Who's responsible for responding?
Who's the they? When you
Okay,
say
there's a fight at my house, and I'm in a vacation rental, but I call the cops because there's that. And then let's say there's no response or whatever. Can they use this same complaint form, or is that something else?
I mean,
I think that's something else.
This complaint form will not have a police response to it. So if there is an emergency, this wouldn't be the tool for it. It's really just a database for the city to track which houses are getting complaints and how is the 24/7 contact responding to those complaints. So if there's a house party and the police are involved, we wouldn't necessarily know through this database. Now, if it then gets reported to us that there was an incident at a house, we could add to the database manually that property XYZ had a police incident on this date. And so that way we can track it for evaluation purposes, but that would be kind of outside of the complainant form itself.
and we would encourage everybody to use the sheriff's department if there's ever, emergency fights, some need for emergency response is not to use this.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where we're at with the process. It's been interesting working with our provider. More cities are rolling this out, but it is relatively new. So I didn't have a ton of kind of case experience to kind of build off of. So I'm sure there will be some learning curve involved. And as there are opportunities to improve the form and the hotline, we definitely will be making those improvements. But
So if there was a situation like Annie just described, and you had to call the cops, can you go on here? So you want to make sure, like there's some houses that they go to repeatedly, right? That the police go to repeatedly. So can you go back here after the situation is resolved and go on the other and just say, hey, I just want to report that this happened on this date, the police responded, just so we have that in the database as well?
you would have the ability to do that after the fact, submit through the system.
Okay. Okay, because I think that would be a really good thing to do, just so that the bad ones where the police do get called don't fall through the cracks and they get on our database of bad boys.
I think, oh, sorry, Annie.
Is it possible to turn down the air conditioning? Excuse me.
I do believe we brought this up before, but so because this is relatively new, I'm going to assume that most folks are going to call the cops, which makes sense. That's going to be their first reaction. So is there a way, and I think we've spoken of this before, where they can share those calls with us so we can streamline this?
There is. I mean, the goal is to drive as many complaints as it relates to, quality of life complaints to this. If there is a complaint that certainly needs the police attention, we encourage everybody to call the sheriff. And we'll follow up and certainly, continue to work with them to document it.
Right, I guess I'm just talking about the ones that don't get reported on here because they're going to call the sheriffs instead.
Right.
How
But
are
they
we?
should, when it's done, they should go ahead and put the complaint in here.
I mean, they're on vacation. Are they going
I-
to really do that? No.
Well, no, I'm talking about, no, they would
It's
still.
usually the residents that we
It's
get.
the residents that are doing it. So, yeah, you would put in, my neighbor, this happened, sheriffs were called, they showed up.
My next request is, could we edit out this portion of the council meeting and make it its own video on YouTube? So folks can just look this up instead of having to look at the whole council meeting.
Yeah, I think we're going to have, whether it's this or dedicate a specific walkthrough.
Beautiful.
For this.
Thank you.
I might ask for someone else besides me, maybe make it a little bit.
Well, you did so good.
Right now, City Hall is the #1 complaint because we've tested it so many times using 410, so we're by far leading.
After today, we're gonna wipe it clean.
Right.
Unless we get other complaints tonight. So.
Thank you.
Yep. So unless there's any questions, that's the hotline.
That's awesome.
I think I'm up next.
Well, I just have a question. Can I take things out of order? Is there a reason, could we have Catalina Island Health speak prior to the
No,
budget?
that's not a problem.
Are you assuming he's going to take forever? Is that what you're? He's got 15
Just
minutes.
because he took 18 minutes for a 5-minute presentation.
There's
do it again.
There's a question
Well,
and
I'm
answer
still-
component to that.
I'm still assuming Catalina Island Health is going to want to stick around for the budget presentation.
Fair enough.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Council.
Good morning, or good evening, Mayor and City Council staff. Tim Kilpinski, Catalina Island Health. Who's controlling the thing? Okay. Hey, I can cover this without the slide. I just wanted to cover a few things. I've seen some things online, and I know I'm new at the hospital, but I want to make sure everybody understood that the care that they're getting from the clinical providers at the hospital are very qualified. So at the clinic, you've got 2 full-time doctors that have got decades of experience. Then you got your nurse practitioners, again, decades of experience. And those are the people that are actually delivering care to you when you come into the clinic. Then at the ER, there's typically around 21, 24 UCI doctors that rotate through there. 2/3 of those, so 16, 17 of those, are full-time UCI docs. And then the other 7 are fellows that are rotating through for their emergency department fellowship. So those cycle through, but they stay with us for a year. So again, full-fledged doctors, et cetera. Then in the long-term care, we have our nursing staff there, again, decades of experience. And then down in the our chief medical officer, Dr. McGroarty. He's been doing this for 30 years. He's been with us for 6 years now. And then our hospitalist, Dr. Burns, who takes care of all the acute and the inpatient there on the 2nd floor. He's been doing this for 30 years. And then our chief nursing officer also has been in the health field for 30 years. So the newest person there is me. Anybody that you're getting care from knows exactly what they're doing. So I'll keep the place open so that those people can keep delivering care for you. All right, I just want to go back real quick to the IGT. I know we keep bringing this up, but it still keeps popping up online. You guys advanced us money for us to do an intergovernmental transfer, which is a normal process in healthcare support. And we got that money from you all, and you guys transferred it up to DHCS up in Sacramento in November, December. We received the money back in January, and we fully paid that off, if I remember right, sometime in February or March. We had 18 months to pay it off, and we paid it off 12 to 15 months early, off the top of my head. So anyway, but we're back into that process again, and we'll know here in the next 6 to 8 weeks how much money will be allocated to Catalina Island Health from the Medi-Cal MCO in LA County, which is LA Care. Okay, the Triangle site. I've brought these up before. We're talking about a potential to do the Triangle site. You can, well, a lot of the slides aren't. You can't see the slide, but the red triangle is only the empty lot, and the sand trap is not part of that red triangle. It's two different things. And there's been some people who have been concerned about the environmental aspects of that property because it's so closely located to the school property that also had the remediation, et cetera. And just to give you a sense, when we go for a USDA loan, the federal NEPA will kick in. National Environmental Protection Agency will require their own set of studies. CEQA will be involved. And just to give you a sense, it will only be licensed professionals, environmental engineers that will look at this stuff. And to give you a sense, this is just from the hydrology study for CEQA. And then this is for greenhouse gas and the energy impact. And this is, again, at the Quail site, but these might have to be redone for the Triangle site. And then this one is for the cultural sensitivity of the site. There's like 12 of these that all add up to get through CEQA. And so the environmental study and scrutiny that the land will go through will be more than anybody. There'll be more questions answered than the people on Facebook know what to ask. So I'm just telling you, there's no way a hospital is going to get built on a piece of property that's not supposed to have a hospital on it. So just so you guys feel assured that the right things are going to be done. Every once in a while, somebody says, oh, it's just a Band-Aid station. All they do is fly people off. And that's not the case. 90% of all things that come into the emergency room are handled, and only about 10% of them are flown off. There's significant cases that are handled. There's something called diabetic ketoacidosis, when a diabetic goes into a certain stage. And there was a period of time where we should not have kept that patient. But the boats weren't running, the helicopter wasn't running, and the emergency doctors were able to keep that patient stabilized until the helicopter did run. I think it was 2 days later. I mean, it was a significant, a really bad weather delay. We were close to running out of the proper things to put into the insulin bag to make that happen, so that was another nexus of problems. We had a mother and a brand new mother and a premature baby get born in the emergency room. Both of them had to be intubated and stabilized, and then they were flown off. Those are the kind of things that you wouldn't be able to wait around for a helicopter to take care of that without emergency room doctors handling it. There's been, speaking of roller skating, we get a lot of business out of the casino roller skating. I'm glad to see you don't have any, but seriously,
68 and I didn't even fall.
Saturdays and Sundays, it's wrists and elbows all the time. It's ridiculous. So anyway, we're able to put those bones back in place, get them bandaged up to the point that they really could wait to take the boat, the next day to go back over. So just want to let you know we do more than Band-Aids. Again, it's typically 2,500 patients, but 700 of those are actually classified as traumas, and only 70 of those actually get flown off. So the ED docs are able to stabilize, again, 90%. Okay, moving on. Everybody's gotten a lot of these flyers in the mail. This is not a political candidate flyer. It is Measure ER, which has made it to my mailbox 3 times. But what that is, HR 1 that was passed on July 4th of 2025 really took a big hit out of Medicaid. And LA County has determined that it could be about 700 million that bill will take out of normal reimbursement processes in LA County. So what I think it's St. Joseph's off the top of my head has come up with is a half a penny sales tax, or I'm sorry, it's a half a cent, it's a 0.5% sales tax, which equals a half a penny for every dollar you spend, or 50 cents for every $100 you spend. What that does, believe it or not, is that 0.5% will raise $1 billion per year in LA County. Things like groceries and pharmacy are excluded. I don't know what else is excluded, but groceries are for sure. But in that bill, they actually said, hey, 40% is going to go to this this LA County hospital, and this percent's going to go to this other hospital. It's really to take care of ERs and trauma centers. And they actually called out, I think it's because of a lot of the good advocacy that we've all been doing, but there's actually a separate line inside the bill that says, and 5% will go to any critical access hospital in LA County, and there's only one. And this other hospital that you have to meet 7 of these different criteria, and our assumption is that's MLK. So us and MLK would split 5% of that billion, which is $50 million. We've done some numbers. They see 100,000 people in their ER. We only see 2,500. Any way you split it up, they're probably going to get 45, 46 million, and we're going to get 3 or 4 million out of that. But it's still good. It would help support us during this period of time when Medicaid has really taken a big hit at the federal budget. There's the different kinds of things that they expect Measure ER to help, and so I would ask people to vote yes on that from our standpoint, and I think that might be it on those kind of things. Any questions, everybody? Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay, Matt.
With your timer.
You really don't have to stay if you don't want to.
Why?
Well, at least you didn't sit in the back of the room.
I just look forward.
Clear the room.
Don't feel bad, Matt.
We're still your Matt.
Right.
I gotta go. Meeting adjourned.
All right, Council. Again, Matt Baker, Finance Director. The next presentation is our third budget discussion presentation for the upcoming fiscal year 26-27 budget. As a reminder, the plan is the second meeting in April, we discussed our revenue estimates and projections. Last meeting, we looked at the general fund and harbor funds operating budget. This meeting, we're going to be discussing sewer, saltwater, solid waste operating budgets, as well as our internal service funds operating budgets. The next meeting in June, we're going to be looking at CIP for the upcoming fiscal year, with the goal of having a budget to present at the June 16th meeting for adoption, or if needed, a separate meeting between the 16th and the end of the month for adoption. But the goal is to have everything adopted before the start of the next fiscal year on July 1. Again, this slide's in all mine. City should be operating with a structurally balanced budget. Again, recurring operating revenues should be exceeding our ongoing operating expenses. Those revenue estimates, though, should be conservative to make sure we have adequate funding. If I'm setting revenues at record-setting levels year over year just to balance the budget, it's not really a balanced budget. We should be transparent with our forecasting, and that was the purpose of that first or second meeting in April. And again, this still is an evolving budget. Some of the numbers I'm presenting tonight, I know there's some minor changes I already need to make to them. So we're giving you a sneak peek of a budget that's still being developed with city staff. I don't expect significant changes between what I'm presenting to you now and the final budget. I just wanted to caveat it with that because we are still working with department heads and the city manager to finalize that budget. The slide here is a breakdown of our solid waste fund operating budget. So again, just kind of a refresher of how to read the slide. Left to right is our beginning balance in the solid waste fund of about 1.6 million. Operating revenues, that number is based on the cost of service study. We'll have some other slides discussing alternative rate plans, but right now that is using the rate study increase. Operating expenditures, right in the middle, what makes those up is our salaries and benefits, maintenance operations, contract services, and internal services. So you can see of that 2.9 million, only 30,000 of the solid waste fund is directly charged for labor. So right now in direct labor charges, we only charge 10% of code enforcement's time, and that's for their work on green bag, waste diversion, grease collection related initiatives. If you go down to the bottom, I'm going a little out of order. Internal services, you can see we do charge 4.2% of general administration to the solid waste fund. So that's how we account for Jocelyn's time, the city manager's time, finances work, IT's work for solid waste related activities. They do pay 4% of the general admin budget from solid waste fund. So whereas there's only 0.2 FTEs directly charged to it, they do pay for staff time through those internal service charges as well. So I just wanted to clarify that. You can see maintenance and operations, 28,000. Most of that's rent. We do pay rent for some of the locations of our trash cans in alleyways that don't belong to the city. And so most of our operating expenses within the solid waste fund do relate to our contracted services, primarily our CR&R contract, budgeted at $2.35 million out of $2.6 million in contract services. We do budget about $140,000 for hazardous and household waste disposal. We do also, included in this budget is expanded funding for recycling program expansion. We're going to be talking about the landfill a lot. One of the things I think it's important to keep in mind is even if we are successful in expanding the height of the landfill and extending the life, that still is only a temporary solution. It may be a 20 to 25 year temporary solution, but there is a limited amount of space on the island for the landfill. And so everything we can do to slow the amount we put into the landfill will expand the life. And so one of the things we did put in the budget is investing in recycling programs to hopefully slow that usage. And then we also have some permitting and city attorney expenses within the fund. But really kind of the takeaway on this is our operating expenditures in solid waste are really driven by that contract with CR&R. And we're generating approximately $600,000 in net operating revenue that can then be used to fund CIP. Looking at next year, there's two major projects we're looking to fund. One is a grinder chipper replacement. We really haven't had significant investment in the equipment that's up at the waste or at the landfill. And one of the needs that's been identified to us, and it's one of our responsibilities, is the grinder chipper. Jocelyn could speak to what that is and what all that entails much better than I can. But I was told it's almost $500,000 for replacing what's up there. And then we also do have the first phase of the landfill wall expansion. Again, right now our landfill only has about a year, and I'm sure Jocelyn can tell me to the day, of space left in it. And so it is critical that we expand the height of the landfill. If we don't expand the height of the landfill, what that means is we would have to barge the trash off the island. That means we would have to pay for a barge to bring the trash from the landfill to a port over town, and then from the port transport it to a landfill that would be willing to accept our rubbish, and then we would have to pay tipping fees for depositing it in that rubbish. And all that cost would be significantly higher than the cost of building a new wall. And so that's why we think it's important that we fund construction of the wall. And then the third piece here is post-closure funding. One of the benefits of expanding the height of the landfill is it does reduce the amount we're required to contribute to the landfill, given that we would have those 20 to 25 additional years before closure and post-closure activities were to occur.
And what was that number before?
400,000, I believe, in last year's budget.
A year?
A year.
Wow. So that's money sitting somewhere.
So right now, we have a landfill trust account with approximately 3.8 million. It might be up to 4 million now, in a trust account dedicated to closure and post-closure costs. So it's enough to fully fund our closure cost, but right now we're not at a level to fully fund our post-closure costs. But those we can fund on a pay-as-you-go basis. And I don't know if it was a few months ago, maybe back in October, we did bring to council a change to how we are funding our closure and post-closure costs, where we are fully funded on the closure costs of the landfill, but the post-closure costs would be funded kind of on an ongoing pay-as-you-go basis as those costs were to occur. And that 80,000 kind of represents what our estimate would be for those costs.
Something is nagging in my brain. Jocelyn celebrated a major milestone with the landfill wall. Was it a grant, or was it just that we got approved to do it?
We just crossed one bridge on approval process,
Okay.
the initial, yeah.
And we have, and I have a slide kind of dedicated to that, we have been looking for grant funding opportunities. We are grateful for the grants we have received in the harbor. Solid waste sometimes isn't as attractive of a project, but it is critical to the community. So again, at the last meeting, council asked if there is anything we can do regarding the rates that were proposed in the cost of service study. Again, the rate study, if adopted by council, and we'll be discussing it later tonight, would set the maximum rates that could be charged to users. But as directed at the last meeting, I've been working with the city manager and city staff to come up with potential alternatives that would reduce those required increases. Really, there's three ways we could reduce the required increase. It would be either one, finding new revenue sources. Again, we have been attempting to pursue and grant funding for the landfill wall and other projects. But to date, we have not been successful, and so we did not factor any grant funding in the rate study for that reason. I have seen it mentioned or suggested that the general fund could be used to subsidize the solid waste operations. I would not recommend going that route for a number of reasons. One, it is a considerable amount we would be looking to spend when we have other needs that are also pressing, utilizing those general fund revenues. And then also what it would do is it creates the need for ongoing subsidy if we're using general fund monies to fund ongoing costs. If 5 years down the road, the general fund's no longer in a position where it could provide that subsidy, the required rate increase would be even greater to make up for that lost revenue. And so while that is one option, it would not be the option I'd recommend if we were looking to reduce the required rate increase. The other way you could do it would be reducing operating costs. Again, but the last slide I was trying to highlight that really a lot of our operating costs are tied with our contract. And so there isn't a lot of opportunity to make significant cuts to the operating costs of that fund other than looking at that contract. So the third option would be reducing the capital costs, and that's what I'm going to discuss on the next slide. The rate study did have a couple of assumptions or plans within it. One of them being that we would self-fund the construction of the retaining wall over the next 5 years. I think there's advantages if we were able to pay for the project as we go and not incur any debt to fund the construction of the wall. That would set us up in a better position to fund other opportunities to extend the life of the landfill. The study also was setting aside future funds for projects that have kind of been discussed, namely an anaerobic digester. But in order to self-fund within the 5 years and to start building reserves to fund alternatives, we would be looking at 4.5% rate increases is what the study came out with. An alternative that I would propose and feel comfortable pursuing would be, rather than funding it within the 5 years, borrowing from the general fund and funding the construction through a loan from the general fund to be paid back over a 20-year period. I think borrowing from the general fund makes sense in this case in that the benefit of the expanded landfill is going to benefit users for the next 20 years. So making future users pay for that expansion still would make sense. One of the challenges with borrowing is we don't want to pass future costs or current costs onto future ratepayers. But since those future ratepayers would be receiving the benefit of that expanded wall, I think it would make sense, or it would still be a prudent use of funds to borrow. And why from the general fund is really namely twofold. One, given the dollar amount, it would be fairly expensive to look for outside funding for a relatively small project. So a bond financing, say, wouldn't necessarily make sense for a project this size. And then also given interest rates as they are currently, we would be able to borrow potentially at a lesser rate, or we could borrow at a much lesser rate from ourselves rather than borrowing from an outside lending agency or entity. And so I think in this case, it does make sense to look at the option of borrowing and paying for the landfill expansion over time, over a 20-year period. And the other piece is also not including that kind of building up funds for the anaerobic digester. We're very early in the process of understanding what the total cost for a project like that would be. Even if there's grant funding out there, there would likely be a considerable local match requirement. So I do think it makes sense in the study to be building funds towards that project. Because again, the landfill, even with the expanded wall, will reach capacity at some point. And so we need to be looking at ways we can extend the life where we can. But if we do kind of remove that funding out and really just fund future capital other than the wall kind of on a replacing the existing infrastructure basis, we could reduce the required rate from 4.5% a year to 2% a year for solid waste. And so over the next 5 years, that would be a savings of $379 over the 5 years of the rate study. Again, we would not be paying for the wall during the 5 years. We would be spreading that borrowing out. That is $3 million approximately that the general fund wouldn't have for other projects because that money would be tied up in the repayment process. But I think there's also valid reasons to finance that project over 20 years. And there's still a lot of unknowns with the anaerobic digester project. And so I'm more comfortable with this approach of kind of the three options, or really two, of looking at ways to reduce costs. I think this is one where we can achieve some savings, lowering the required increase from what the rate study had calculated. Again, that's not to take away from the rate study. I thought it was important within the rate study to finance the wall during the 5-year period it was being built, and as well as setting money aside for future significant investments to extend the life of the landfill. And so that's why the study came out with the rates that it did. But just given the feedback and direction I was hearing, I wanted to provide this alternative as well.
And when is that wall being built?
Hopefully, we will start construction next year.
Next year?
This year.
Okay, and then how long is the project going to take?
Days, right?
The good news is we can start utilizing the advantages of it while the phases are being phased in, so.
Yeah, my super cheery, optimistic self is, construction could start in the fall of this year, and that would just be the first phase, and it would be the portion of the wall that's closest to the quarry site. So construct that first, and then the other good news is, but it's too early to tell what the impacts will be on the budget, but it seems like the design engineer came out, did a site
Technology that would benefit their community and are now having to pay 2, 3, or even 4 times more for the same technology 5 to 10 years later than they would have if they had done it in the first place.
But what technology do you think with this? What technology would not be happening?
So the anaerobic digester would not be part of the budget if we were to go with this 2% increase. Is that correct?
We would not be building reserves towards that in the next 5 years.
The
But
reserves
I mean,
to-
in 5 years, we would have to do another study and we could look at rates and building funding for it, but we wouldn't be building funding towards it within.
But I'm confused. I thought that anaerobic digester was going to be coming soon to a theater near you.
That's what we'd like. But we've been building up reserves
Again, we
annually
included
for
it in the
but-
study
okay.
based on conversations and what we felt direction from council that was a project to explore. The $5 million that we would be setting aside for it wouldn't necessarily be the true cost of it. That's what we had kind of built into the rate study, what we would be able to contribute towards that project. But there are a lot of unknown variables with that project. And again, tonight, not to jump ahead, we are right now going over the operating budget. We aren't looking to set rates for sewer, saltwater, and solid waste for next year tonight. The purpose of the presentation later is to adopt the findings of the study, setting the maximum rates. So, this can be an ongoing discussion over, really the next few weeks to see what kind of direction we want to go with as far as funding and rates as it relates to next fiscal year.
What are you saying is that once you set the rates, you can always go lower when you actually establish what the rates will be for this upcoming year?
Yeah, but how does that work? Because these, correct me if I'm wrong, these rates go on property tax bills.
No. What the item for the council tonight is to set what the maximum rates could be when you set the actual rates to put on the property taxes, which will be...
So we are going a bit in a different order than we had 5 years ago. So typically, I shouldn't say, the last time we did this 5 years ago, we adopted the study and set the rates for the next year in the same meeting. But given the direction I got at the last meeting, I wanted to have this discussion as far as where to set the rates. If there's not a majority protest, and if council adopts the findings of the study, we then would have the ability to go up to the 4.5% increase next year in solid waste. But given the direction that I received from council, I wanted to, rather than do it all in one night, split it up into two conversations. Tonight we're discussing the operating budget and what it means if we were to choose a different option.
Right.
If not a majority protest and if council adopts the findings of the study, we would only be setting the maximum we could go and ask for, and then at the next council meeting, we would be bringing back what the specific rate increase would be. And those fees are placed on the property tax rolls. So I understand they look like taxes, but they are the user charges.
Well, and that's my question. What year would they appear on our property tax?
They would be on the fiscal 26-27 property tax roll. So I believe those usually go out to homeowners in the fall and in November.
Yeah, we have a deadline of August 10th to send to the county what those rates are.
Okay,
which is why the meeting in June is usually when you set those rates, and then you'll get the bill.
Well, that was my question. Thank you.
So moving on to the sewer fund, unless there's more questions on solid waste, we're looking at a beginning balance of 1.3 million. Operating revenues, and again, this is assuming the adoption of the rate increase from the study, would be 3.8 million. Our operating expenditures would be 3.37 million for net operating revenues of 502,000. And that net operating revenue number is before any capital investment. So in the sewer fund, we have annual depreciation expense of about 500,000. And so if we're only funding capital at around 500,000, that's not adequate to replace the aging infrastructure as it is. So while we would have revenues over our operating expenses, we would only be able to contribute approximately $500,000 towards funding capital projects within the sewer fund. So again, quickly just to go through where we spend money in the sewer fund. For salaries and benefits, we do charge 1.95 FTE equivalent So again, certain employees that do work for different funds, we charge a portion of their time based on our estimate of how much time they spend on a given fund. Historically, we've only charged around 2 people to the sewer fund. And so in the current year proposed budget, we have 1.95 FTEs. And I provided a breakdown of the positions and the approximate percentage of those positions, wages and benefits that we charge to the sewer fund. In maintenance and operations, we have expenses of about $550,000. About $300,000 of that is utilities. You know, one of the challenges we have is when water rates go up and power rates go up, our utility costs at the wastewater treatment plant also go up. The process for refining product, if you will, uses a lot of fresh water and it uses a lot of electricity. We do look at capital projects where we can potentially use less fresh water or less electricity to, achieve the results we need to stay within permitting and regulatory requirements. But they are water heavy and power heavy processes currently. And so when those rates go up, it does affect the city's operating costs as well. But you can see the largest expenditure within the sewer fund is our contracted services. We charge 75% of the PERC contract to the sewer fund. We charge 20% to saltwater and 5% to the general fund for stormwater. Other professional services that we do charge within contract services is the Falconer contract, as well as there's some annual permitting, inspection, testing requirements that we're responsible for. And we do have a small amount of SWRCB as a State Water Resources Control Board. So that would be a permitting related expense that we have annually. And then we do have some monies towards the city attorney retainer. Again, at the bottom is internal services, and this is where we charge the sewer for finances time, city manager's time, for the administration of those activities. The sewer fund does pay 6.5% of the general administration fund's total costs. The sewer fund pays 8.5% of the city's insurance cost. Why that's higher is we do kind of look, or I have looked at experience with claims as part of how I allocate costs, and we've had in the past significant claims resulting from sewage spills. And so the sewer fund pays a higher percentage of the city's overall insurance costs because it has contributed kind of more than its share towards those insurance costs, if you will.
And this is not people, this isn't safety, this is other kinds of claims.
It is waste spill related litigation and
Okay,
settlements.
okay, not okay.
Sewage waste, I should say, not
Blockages is basically blockages that flow into places sewage shouldn't go.
Okay.
Again, looking at CIP for next year, we have $250,000 for the rehabilitation of the Vector truck. That was in this year's budget. Just timing-wise, we're likely not to get to it this fiscal year, so I've shifted it to next fiscal year. And then we have approximately $500,000 towards treatment plant-related projects. Jackie or Bob could speak to you on the laundry list of what those projects would entail, and approximately $300,000 towards collection and distribution system-related projects. So that's all the piping and plumbing, if you will, to get it up to the treatment plant. We really haven't had significant investment in that in the last 10 years. I think we had a major project in 2017 where we made some significant replacements within kind of the distribution network, if you will. As I'm sure with the outages and things you're aware of, we're seeing quite a few saltwater leaks, sewage leaks, things of that nature. And so it's important that we try to get ahead of those types of problems, but there is a cost associated with getting ahead of those problems.
Didn't we just redo the roof or something at the treatment plant?
We did. I think it was an...
We got approval for it. just
Oh, we haven't done
recently.
it yet?
Yeah, we haven't.
Okay.
So while we're doing that, have we looked at adding solar to the roof to help relieve part of the electrical burden there?
We haven't on that roof, but we certainly can. I
I
mean,
think it
that-
would be a good idea.
So if we were to spend what we had in the rate study on those projects, our ending balance would be less than $1 million, less than 750,000. So that's significantly less than a 90-day reserve level. Again, because the general fund is in a stronger position, I'm not as concerned as I would be if being below our target reserve level. But we are asking a lot from the general fund between if we go with the loan route, the harbor projects. So it's just something to keep in mind as well. So we're really, when we're looking at these rate increases, it's really funding capital investment and paying for operating costs. It's really not that we're building large reserves with those funds. It's really funding to pay for critical infrastructure and to operate the sewer. Lastly, saltwater budget. With the rate increase as proposed, operating revenues would be about $1 million. Our operating expenditures, $841,000. We do charge 1.35 FTEs to saltwater. We charge 20% of the PERC contract, so that's 500 of the 800,000 is really coming from that one contract. And then we charge approximately 2% of general administration and insurance towards the saltwater fund. And so that would leave about $187,000 to fund capital projects within the saltwater fund. But you can see their share of the collection and distribution related improvements and their share of the treatment plant related upgrades would be about $500,000 in the next fiscal year. And their reserves would also be approximately $500,000. Or in their case, they would be over the 90-day target. But it is a smaller amount given the size of the fund. So again, the rate study, if adopted by council, sets the maximum rate that can be charged. I was directed at the last meeting to look for opportunities to reduce the required rate increases. Again, we have been pursuing grant funding opportunities, but similar to solid waste, we haven't been as successful in identifying those. A lot of the funding is really to maintain our existing infrastructure, and those types of grants tend to be harder to get awarded compared to new, innovative types of projects. There is the option to subsidize from the general fund, but for the reasons I already spoke, I really want to dissuade using general fund monies as a subsidy, because if the general fund gets to a position where it can't subsidize, that just puts an even greater need for an even larger rate increase down the road. And we should, the users who are using the system should be the ones paying for the system kind of as it goes.
I do have a question. I don't understand that. Let's say it's $200,000 that we're, okay, for 1 year, we're just saying, okay, it's $200,000 or $300,000 we would get from that increase. And then the next year, because that's paid for, the next year, it would just be whatever that percentage is. It's not making it more going forward, because we've just paid for that.
So if we increase the rates, say, I'm going to use simpler numbers, if we rates $100 and we want to increase it 10%, it would be 110. And then next year we want to say increase it 10% on that, it would be 121. If we said instead we're going to increase it 5% and have the general fund subsidize it 5%, we raise it 5, so it's 105 to the ratepayer and 5 from the general fund. If the next year we need to have a revenue level of 121, we either would need to raise the rate by 16 instead of 11, or we would be, if we only increased it by 10%, we would be at a lesser revenue amount. And so we would at some point either have to make up the difference, or we would be delaying the amount of time we get to that required revenue level.
Like the 2% over 5 years. Eventually that would.
So
that 2% would turn into
either
4.
we would, if the general fund subsidized it for 1 year, the next year you would either have to raise it by the amount the general fund previously subsidized, or you would be operating at a lesser amount than the full 2-year rate increase impact.
I just see as I don't know why I don't understand it. We whatever that dollar amount be, if it's $200,000, the city pays it out of general fund. Okay, that's done. The next year you said it was going to be 4%, so we're not trying to make up for the money the city donated, we're just giving that away, is what I'm saying.
The next year when we do that percentage increase, though, we'd have to increase it by even more, or we would be operating at a lesser total revenue amount.
Tomorrow you can give me a math class.
Okay.
So if this amount is paid by the city, and this is paid by the residents, right? Next year, this should be split, so this should be paid by the residents. If this can't be provided by the city, and this can't be provided by the city, the residents end up having to pay 4 times as much as they would have the first year.
And we can, at the next meeting, I can present what a subsidy would look like if that is the route council would like to go. It does create challenges and pressure on future budget years to continue the subsidy. And that's just my concern, is if it's truly a one-time subsidy, it just delays the required increase, which there can be arguments and benefits for. I'm not saying that wouldn't be something to consider. But if we're truly to get to the level that we feel is required in revenue, it would only delay the increase and require greater increases in future year to kind of make up the difference.
Right, okay, so the first, let's say it's 4.5%, right? Every year 4.5%, correct?
For solid waste, or for sewer, I believe it's 9.5.
Okay. So the first year, we pay 4.5%. The city just pays it. The next year, the people pay 4.5%. The next year, we're just giving them a freebie for 1 year, is all I'm saying. Helping them out.
But you have to give that freebie every year because the 4.5% compounds on the prior year, so you have to keep doing it.
You either have to keep doing it, or the next year you have to increase rates by more to make up for the difference. Or you operate at a lesser total revenue level, but that's less funding available for the projects that we've identified that we believe are necessary.
Okay, that's okay. Still don't get it, but okay.
Can we redirect funds from elsewhere to go into this bucket?
Only from the general fund.
Well, okay.
I think I know where you're going with the question, and we do charge the Harbor Fund, and I apologize if I'm jumping ahead, but we do charge the Harbor Fund for their fair percentage usage of sewer, saltwater, solid waste related activities. So that is factored into the rate study, and our consultant can speak to that.
Well, that's not where I was going, but that's good. But I was just thinking, I'm sorry, but maybe 20, 25 years ago was when we came up with the 22% of the TOT to the Chamber of Commerce. Back then, there was a lot of paper, a lot of printing, a lot of money, having to go with that. I don't know how is it just an agreement between us and the chamber, or is that a voter thing? But
It's a voter thing.
It's
The
a voter
voters would
thing?
have to modify it, and the voters would have to lessen the percentage to the chamber.
Okay, well, can we look at that? I mean, it's a digital age, and I don't think there's a lot of city Chamber of Commerces that get money from their city. And I'm not trying to diss the chamber. I know the chamber's doing a good job, but I think that percentage should be revisited, because it is 2026 and it's way different than what was. Their staffing is even a lot smaller than it was, and I don't know, just something to look into.
Yeah.
Matt, we have on here that we are pursuing grant funding opportunities, but have not been awarded. Is there, have we been given a reason why, or is it just?
I don't know. I mean, I may have been over generous in that description. We are we are looking at grant opportunities for capital projects. I'm not aware of a specific project we've applied for sewer related. I know when we've had conversations with our elected officials, we have discussed sewer related projects, particularly the wastewater treatment plant. If what used to keep me up at night is the landfill wall, and because the cost of barging trash off the island is considerable, and if we had to pay for that, it would require a significant increase in our operating costs to do that. We have a plan with the wall. Now it's just a question of getting it done on time. I think the next big challenge, mole aside, if you will, is going to be our wastewater treatment plant. That is a 30 to 50 million. Again, I'm not the expert to speak to it, but from the research I've done, that's a $30 to $50 million project. And as you can see, our current revenues bring in $3 to $4 million a year. So even if you're to borrow to finance that construction, the annual contribution to finance that would be considerable and require a significant increase in our revenues if we were to pay for it based only on the ratepayer. So we are going to need to work with our elected partners to identify funding opportunities for that project, because that to me is the next thing that's going to keep me up at night once we get the landfill wall built.
The wastewater treatment plant, we have started the process looking for federal funding and talking about getting federal funding. But as Matt talked about, I mean, we're estimating that to be a $40 to $50 million project. And even if it's $40 million and our 20% match is $8 million, we have to have the funding available for our city match to get the other $32 million. So either way, we still have to build up funding.
$8 million would be most of the general fund if we wanted to go. I would not recommend that route, but $8 million is a considerable amount as well.
We have to get we have to get grant funding for that. There's no question. So,
Or for a lot of wastewater treatment plants have been financed through, a bond fund for a, 20, 25-year bond fund. So you get the money all at once, but you are basically then, with the bond funds, that's assuming interest rates can come down a little bit more. The theory there is that, like borrowing from the general fund, when you issue a bond, you're making future ratepayers pay for the cost of the plant, but they'll be the ones using it.
That's what I was going to ask about the EIFD. Is that part of what the structure of that could be potentially?
We'll talk about that offline.
So is Townsend at the moment having this as a priority for us when they're looking for grants?
yes, absolutely. That's what we're exploring, both in-house and with Townsend, is federal funding for the wastewater treatment plant.
I think the two things that I just want to point out, one is that everyone has seen what the rate potentials are based on the rate study. And I think everyone forgets that it's not saying that we're going to be charging that amount. I think most of the years that we had an increase on the books planned, the price increases came in underneath what those actually were originally. Is that correct?
It is, but I would caveat that.
Yes,
So
please caveat it.
we made significant increases. There's no way getting around it. The last study in solid waste rates, we did. Fortunately, because of the timing of some of our assumptions with the timing of building the wall, the timing of SB 1383 implementation, we are able to kind of spread out those rate increases. So the study may have said 19% was required in year one and 5% or 19% in year two and 9% in year three. We were able to say, well, what if we did 12 and 12 or 12 and 7? So, I mean, in fairness, we have not charged the full amount that the study has came up with, but currently our rates are set at the level. If you look at the last 5-year study, we're at the year 5 rates of the last study. So we have increased the rates by the full amount of the study. We just spread out the increase last time for solid waste, over those years. And, the last 3 years for sewer and saltwater, the increases were 3% and 2.5%. One of the challenges of having this conversation all together is we kind of lump up the effect and the cost of all three systems, but they are 3 separate utilities. And so, the last few years where we've had only 2.5% or 3% increases in our sewer and salt water, that really hasn't been keeping up with inflation. And not to mention keeping up with the capital investment that was needed. Yeah.
The other thing too is that, I appreciate Mary bringing an idea to the table of trying to find other ways to find funding that would require a voter referendum. And I would argue that, unfortunately, digital media still is extremely expensive, and Avalon's Chamber of Commerce spends significantly less than other communities and cities that have similar groups but have smaller visitorship. We're actually extremely low in comparison, and I know that people do and don't like or appreciate the chamber based on I love Catalina based on some of those things, and that's okay, but I would argue that the number of times where money's been taken away from or completely removed from entities like that, the tourism community ends up shriveling up. It's happened in multiple cities throughout California. It's happened in cities throughout the Southwest. I would caution against that potentially. We did try to have a ballot initiative to have an increase in sales tax. I know everyone is very anti-tax, not wanting any more taxes, and I appreciate that. The challenge is, especially with a city sales tax, that if we don't initiate that sales tax, the county gets the money anyway, and you still pay more, but we just don't get it. So please, next time that there is a city sales tax initiative on the ballot, please remember that in the back of your mind. It is going to get charged to you no matter what. You're just deciding if you're going to allow the city to maintain the funds so we can actually keep them here in Avalon, or if they go to the county instead. So,
Good point.
thank you for that. And again, off myself. Soapbox.
That's good. That's good.
One of the challenges, not to talk history here, but we used to get redevelopment funds, which was derived from property tax, and we were able to use those redevelopment funds towards infrastructure projects. And the last major sewer and saltwater infrastructure project was financed with the redevelopment funds. Unfortunately, those funds no longer make their way to the city, and that's one of the challenges we're seeing with trying to identify new opportunities to finance, our capital needs. Previously, we did have more monies that were available to fund infrastructure projects through property tax. Those funds no longer come to the city, and so that does place, a challenge for us to figure out how we're going to pay for the major investments, since that one funding source is no longer available to us. Again, that went away 10 plus years ago. But that was one mechanism in the past we were able to finance some of these projects. So some of the questions sometimes I get is, well, how did we do it in the past? Well, one of the ways we did it was through redevelopment, and unfortunately, that's no longer an option for us.
Okay. Moving
And
on.
so just to, and again, I can bring this to the next meeting when we actually look to set the rates for next year, again, assuming there's not a majority protest and assuming council adopts the findings of the study. If I were to look at reducing sewer and saltwater fund, I don't really see a lot of opportunities on the operating expense in the short term to do it that way. I don't see a lot of opportunities on the revenue side to find new revenues. A subsidy from the general fund would be an option, but it wouldn't be the one I'd recommend. The other option would be reducing our capital spend, but there's risks associated with that as well. It's more expensive to, make an emergency repair than it is to, fix it ahead of time. Bob can come up here and tell me why cutting capital is not the way to go.
Yeah.
But if those are the options and if that's the direction, really there are only two options would be subsidizing through the general fund or capital. Kind of neither option would be something I would recommend. But if directed, I could present that. So moving on, try to get through this a little quicker. This is our internal service funds. So again, just as a refresher, this is how we, all the services that are provided to the different funds of the city. This is where we charge for their share of those funds. So finance, for example, does payroll of the harbor, it does payroll for the fire department, it does payroll for the employees that charge time to the sewer fund. And so we have to allocate the cost of providing that service, and this is the mechanism for doing that. Our elected officials are 5 council members plus our city treasurer. Legal, administration, so that's the city manager's office, code enforcement, not code enforcement. It's the city manager's office and the administrative staff get charged there. Finance, general government, those are the ones that really kind of don't fit into one particular category. Insurance and vehicle maintenance, just to highlight insurance just for a quick second, our maintenance and operating budget and insurance is $1.2 million. The city does pay for property insurance, the city does pay for general liability insurance. In the 8 years I've been at the city, that number is close to tripled. I'm just going off memory, but I think we used to pay less than $500,000 a year, and we're getting closer to $1.2 million. Again, the fires have been devastating for a number of reasons, but they've also had a significant impact. The fires over town, to specify, have had a significant impact on property insurance rates statewide. I know HOAs in the town have had to raise rates. The city's not immune to increased insurance costs as well. And so that is a cost that has increased considerably over the last 5 to 10 years.
Okay, I just had a question. Under elected, it said 24 is 28.
That is a great catch.
Okay.
I know. I was hoping no one would call me out on it.
I got that math problem.
That is, I mean, it's a budget dust as far as what the number impact
That's
is,
okay.
but I will have that corrected. Again, we're building the budget as we're presenting it to council. But you're absolutely correct, and I'll have that corrected. Salaries and benefits, there's a breakdown, and we'll have this available on the city website. I would like to apologize. I did not publish the last one as well, so I will make sure this is front and center on the finance page, and I will ask the social media team to give finance some attention. So we'll get this information out there. But there is a breakdown of which FTEs are currently charged to the different categories within the general administration, as well as an approximate breakdown of what those are. So you can see 2/3 approximately is wages, and then you have all the employer taxes, benefits, negotiated benefits, unfunded pension liability, workers' comp, that sort of thing that goes into those labor costs. Again, for maintenance and operating, training and travel for elected and legal, we don't come anywhere close to that for legal, especially since Scott doesn't come that often anymore. But we have the money for Scott to visit us more frequently, so. Again, I'll have this on the website, so if anyone wants to see what charges specifically go there, that information's broken down on these slides. Lastly, contract services, our IT-related professional services, subscription services, makes up a good chunk of that, but we also have our financial audits within that category, as well as Townsend. And again, this information will be available if anyone wants to see where we're looking at spending the money next year. And this is really just kind of a placeholder because I need to know dollar amount in capital for internal service so I know how much to charge the different funds. But I've been working closely with Jamie in Public Works and Jackie to come up with a vehicle replacement schedule. As some are aware, we have an aging fleet that we've really done a lot in the last few years to start upgrading our fleet. The goal is to have all our vehicles, at least no more than 10 years old in the next 5 years. And so we do have a number of equipment upgrades that we are looking to make in the fleet that's definitely necessary, and it gives our guys the tools to do their job. And so, again, we'll be discussing CIP more at the next meeting, but I kind of needed a placeholder in there so I knew how much to charge the different funds for the internal services. And that's all I got.
Well, do we need a break? Anybody need a break? Okay, then we're moving right along. Let's go to the, thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
Consent calendar, please.
Consent calendar, item number 1, approval of the minutes from April 21st and May 4th, 2026 regular city council meetings. Number 2, South Beach Restoration Project budget amendment and request to go to RFP. Item 3, authorization to purchase saltwater system supplies for public works operations. And item 4, authorize the purchase of vehicles to expand the city's microtransit system by purchasing 3 GEM vehicles from a grant the city received.
Does anybody want to pull any item?
Item 1.
Okay.
Want a motion for 2, 3, and 4?
Yeah, I'll make a motion for 2, 3, and 4.
I'll second.
To approve.
Moved and seconded, call for the vote.
Kind of grayed out for a second.
I'm not moving here.
Sorry.
Me neither.
We've all lit up, now it's great.
She's setting it.
Problem.
Technical difficulties.
Oh, there we are.
Go back up.
Thank you.
And Councilmember Schickling, I just need your vote. There we go. All ayes?
Yeah, pushing it.
And then just on item number 1, we just need, I can't vote on the approval of the minutes of the 21st as I wasn't here.
Do you want us to take them separately, or? Okay.
Okay, first we'll vote on the minutes from April 21st.
So I'll move to approve the minutes from April 21st meeting.
I'll second.
Four ayes, 1 abstention. Councilmember Ponce?
And then I'll move to approve the minutes from the May 4th meeting.
I'll second.
Second, call for the vote.
All ayes?
Great, thank you. Okay, item number 5.
Item number 5 is a public hearing for an appeal of an oversized vehicle permit for John Warner. Jocelyn Francis.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Jocelyn Francis, Assistant City Manager. So before you this evening is an appeal of an oversized vehicle permit. On March 25th of this year, the applicant submitted a vehicle permit transfer to replace an oversized vehicle of 205 inches with one that was 208 inches. On April 23rd, the applicant attended a vehicle hearing and was subsequently denied by the vehicle hearing officer. Our municipal code is very explicit as it relates to oversized vehicles and how they cannot be replaced by something larger than what was originally approved and adopted. So therefore, staff's recommendation is not to necessarily overturn the decision, but as you recall from my presentation last year about needing changes to our vehicle ordinance, one of those was discussing, moving 200 inches as a full-size vehicle limit to something maybe a little bit more reasonable, up to 210 inches, just because, SUVs and trucks are larger in size than they were, in the 70s or whenever the code was adopted at that point. So that concludes my staff report this evening. And Mr. John Warner, I believe he's here.
Yes.
We open the public hearing?
Okay, before you start, let me open the public hearing. Go
Good
ahead.
evening, Council. My name's John Warner. I live at 338 Whitley, and I submitted a letter with my application for a continued sticker approval. Do you have any questions?
Not right at this moment. Anybody else want to comment? This is a public hearing. Come on up. John, you can just move over to the side. Somebody's going to come up and speak.
I am Donna Lopez, 52 South Vista. I am wondering why he got charged $488 and like 20 of rest of us who had oversized vehicles went to the vehicle hearing officer and we were denied, but he came back and said, no, you can have it. Why did John get charged nearly $500. And nobody else in town has been charged.
Can Jocelyn speak to that?
Sure. So there's a separate fee for attending a vehicle hearing, and then to appeal the hearing officer's decision towards council is the $400 fee that she's mentioning, I assume.
Well, why did the vehicle hearing officer okay 19, 20 other same-size vehicles, but his got denied? It's the same size.
I don't have a specific example or being able to look at this. In this particular instance, he had an existing oversized permit assigned to that vehicle, and our code is very explicit. You cannot replace that vehicle with a larger vehicle, which is why he presented to the hearing, and he's here to council tonight. So again, my recommendation is a temporary permit. I'm not sure if I made that clear the first time, so.
And Jocelyn, there's a difference between renewing or getting a replacement vehicle for a previously granted full-size vehicle versus getting a brand-new issuance of a full-size vehicle.
That's correct.
So the hearing officer does have the ability to grant the initial blue sticker on the initial vehicle oversize, but if you're getting a renewal or a replacement, it can't exceed. That's the difference.
That's really not what happened with everyone else. We all had vehicles, they were all oversized, nobody ever wrote the numbers down, like John's, for what, 15 years you had that car?
We've had, our Nissan was over, and this one was 3 inches bigger.
Right.
And we got a 2018, we didn't get a new one because we couldn't find anything smaller because it's fit in our driveway. It's got to be, we're off-street parking, so we don't park it anywhere.
Right.
It's just, we thought we're just replacing our car.
Yeah.
It just had to be 3 inches longer.
Yes.
I mean,
my whole thing is, why did he get denied and all the rest of us in town, and you've all seen everybody with their Toyota Tacomas or GMCs, we all did the same thing with the vehicle hearing, and he did not deny us, but he denied John.
How long, well, that discussion probably doesn't need to be answered here, but you can continue to chat with Jocelyn about that, because you'd have to be specific about whose vehicles, when was it purchased, when was it considered an oversize, when did they come, that kind of thing.
I went back 2 years, and he is the only blue sticker that has been like penalized and had to pay $488 to come here.
To come to here.
Well, then everybody was oversized, applied, and they were oversized again, but were not denied? Is that what you're saying?
Like us, I think ours ended up being 207 or 208, and our other car was like 205. And he says, well, consider yourself lucky, blah, blah, blah. Another couple has 2 cars, and they're oversized, and nothing happened to them. Nobody wrote down anybody's measurements for all these years, and then all of a sudden, you're saying, oh, you're over 200. Well, I know you're gonna make it bigger, or hopefully it gets through the vehicle code. But why does John have to pay $488 for the same thing with all the rest of us? It was like he's getting penalized.
Donna, we have the ability of refunding the fee. So if we approve this, we would make the recommendation of him getting his money back.
Yeah.
So,
That's what I was going to say. If the council's,
I'm not getting anything bigger. I'm just going to make it smaller as good.
Yeah.
And we need the truck.
Okay, to the mic, John.
We have the truck. We need the truck to go to the ranch and
know.
to load hay and stuff. So, I mean, I didn't know we were doing anything wrong. I thought we were just replacing our car.
I totally understand.
Well, you read my application, so you know where I'm at.
And I was at the hearing, so yes. Okay. Council, well, if there's no further comments?
Well, thank you very much for hearing me.
You're welcome. Close the public hearing. Council? Do you want to do something quick?
I would like to make a motion to overturn the decision of the vehicle hearing officer and issue a temporary permit until Avalon Municipal Code revision 4-4. And also that he receive a refund for his.
Can I just ask a question? I'm in favor of the same, but I don't know if I necessarily want to overturn the decision of the vehicle officer or if I want to issue a temporary permit.
Right, yeah.
We're not doing both, it's one or the other, right?
Is it one or the other?
what I would say is I would the action would be, of this council, would be to issue a temporary permit until the code is revised and issue a refund of the appeal.
Yeah.
Yeah, not even do
That
it.
way,
That's my motion.
That's perfect. Well said, Michael.
I'll second.
We're going to send you,
It's the same as a regular permit until they, it's
a temporary blue sticker that will, and then if the code is revised as recommended and the size is
included.
approved,
Yeah.
then he would be converted to a blue sticker.
okay, if you're going to speak, come up to the mic, please. Thank you, Donna.
Yeah, when did this temporary blue sticker start?
Well, because we haven't changed the
We
code.
haven't changed the code.
It's
So
just
that's,
We
we're
have to
trying to
change
help
it.
him.
Everybody that has a round sticker, is that temporary?
No.
No.
Well, see, that doesn't make sense. He's had his sticker forever.
What you're saying is correct, but we still have to do this as,
The code
as a
says it
code,
ha-
we have
The
to.
code,
The code says it has to be denied.
Pay
so we're-
$36
Unfortunately,
every
we have to
month?
follow the code.
No,
yeah.
not at all.
no, he,
No.
What a mess.
Okay.
He's going to be good to go until the code is, the
Changed.
change is approved.
We're trying to fix this with you, right? So,
Yeah.
When are they going to be doing this?
Basically, this gives you the
soon.
blue sticker on the new vehicle without having to come back to us until the new code is changed, which will hopefully, which it sounds like we've discussed before, on the same page with where we want to take the vehicle length because of the sizes of vehicles now. So this will solve your issue, and it will also refund you the money for the appeal that you paid.
Thank you.
Yeah?
You're welcome.
Okay.
so did we call for the vote?
Yes.
Yes, we did.
All eyes.
Okay,
That-
item number 6.
Item number 6, consider resolution making findings
yes,
and
I'm sorry.
determinations regarding objections to proposed sewer, saltwater, solid waste fees. Have a public hearing on the sewer, saltwater, solid waste fees. Consider resolution to adopt the sewer, saltwater, solid waste fees and find the fees exempt from review under CEQA and set a public hearing for collection of fees on tax roll.
Okay,
Matt, do we have,
We
Josiah?
have a- Mayor,
go. Yeah,
you have a script.
We have to open the public hearing.
oh. I'm busy looking at this. Hold on, folks. Oh,
Do you have it with you?
no, it just says consider resolution making findings.
No. Hang on.
Do you have Mayor Marshall?
Oh, you know what? I pulled that up earlier because, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, what would you like to do?
Where it says mayor?
Yeah.
Oh, it says consider and adopt a resolution. And then it says open the public hearing.
No.
Oh, you have something else apparently that says mayor. Like,
Do you have something like
No.
Let me go get
There.
I'm sorry.
Michael's right here. Just hit me with the mallet, would you? I didn't get that document. Okay. Yeah, that's why you're in theater and I am not. We're waiting for Gabby to return.
I don't know where if she went to make copies or what she did.
That's why you're waiting.
Ooh, I did get a new beautiful LA County bookmark.
Take an ergo break then.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
So she was making a copy. She probably had to turn the machine back on. Thanks, Gabby. Sorry. I'll wait till Mary returns. Literally, it says script.
I guess a lot of
They
city
told you.
councils are doing scripts now. Who were we talking to? We were listening to that someone was telling us about that. Wow. That's weird.
Best laid plans. That's fine. That's why I had a big hole. Poor boy.
Well, who's got the other part of the script? Who's reading the red
Everybody else
part?
on there.
Staff response. Who's staff response?
I believe that's Michael Baker.
Oh,
We're full, we're back.
all right.
Go ahead.
Well, welcome to the City of Avalon public hearing on proposed increases to sewer, saltwater, and solid waste rates. Before opening the public hearing, I would like to ask staff to inform the City Council as to whether all valid legal objections have been responded to and presented to the City Council.
All valid legal objections have been responded to, and all objections and responses have been presented to council.
In light of this information, I would like to ask for a motion and a second to adopt a resolution making findings and determinations regarding objections to proposed sewer, saltwater, and solid waste fees.
Make the motion.
Yeah, I'm a little confused.
So this is a motion to adopt a resolution, not on the fees, but just to say that objections have been filed, that the city has responded to those objections, and that the council has received those objections. That's the sole purpose of this resolution.
I don't know how I feel about
And
that
I-
script, but all right.
And I make a motion.
And I'll second.
The script doesn't say how to vote.
It's been, okay, let's call for the vote. I think we ad-lib better than this.
All eyes.
Okay. The resolution determining no changes to the proposed rates are necessary and to proceed with the public hearing has passed. Before I open the public hearing, I would like to ask our legal counsel to explain the requirements of Proposition 218 governing this public hearing and the proposed rate adoption.
Thank you, Mayor. This public hearing was set in compliance with Proposition 218. The city mailed a notice of this public hearing to the recorded property owners, subject to the imposition of the proposed sewer, saltwater, and solid waste fees, and/or tenants directly liable for the payment of such rates. In other words, customers of records who may not be property owners. The date and time of the public hearing is not less than 45 days after the city mailed the notices. The purpose of the public hearing is for the city council to hear all oral testimony and consider all written protests concerning the proposed rate increases. It is also held to determine whether there is a majority protest to the proposed rates and whether to proceed with the adoption of the proposed rates. Property owners and tenants may submit a written protest up to the close of the public hearing. Property owners and tenants are not required to provide oral testimony at tonight's hearing. If you wish, you may simply submit a written protest directly to the city clerk, Gabby, indicating your opposition to the proposed rate increases. However, if you wish your protest to be counted, you must submit a written protest prior to the close of the public hearing tonight. The public hearing will be closed after the city council has heard and consider any oral testimony on the items. In order to be counted, the protest must be in writing, state that you are protesting the proposed sewer, saltwater, and solid waste increases, include the name of the property owner or tenant, the parcel number, the assessor's parcel number, or the service address, and the signature of the person submitting the written request. Any protest submitted by emails or other electric means will not be accepted as a formal written protest. All valid protests submitted to the city by mail or hand delivered prior to today's public hearing and received by the city clerk since the notice of public hearing was mailed will be counted. If written protests against the proposed rate increases are presented by the owners or tenants of a majority of the identified parcels upon which the sewer, salt water, and solid waste fees are to be imposed, the city council may not impose the rate increases. If there is not a majority protest, the city council may impose the rate increases, but is not required to. Pursuant to state law governing Prop 218, in determining whether a majority protest exists, only one written protest per parcel may be counted.
Thank you.
Can I ask one quick question? Who came up with the guidelines to be able to submit a protest not by email and all that kind of stuff?
State law.
State law, okay.
Thank you. The public hearing is now open. At this time, I would like to ask staff for a presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. First, the public hearing will be conducted in the following manner. First, staff will first provide a report relating to the proposed sewer, saltwater, solid waste rates. After the presentation, council will call upon any person wishing to speak on this item. Each person will be given a maximum of 3 minutes, so we ask that you keep your comments brief and to the point so we can allow everyone a chance to speak. We will keep track of each speaker's time. You'll be notified when you reach your maximum allowed time. After all oral testimony has been heard, City Council will close the public hearing and, if needed, have a short recess to determine if a majority protest to the proposed rate increases has been received. Only those written protests as submitted prior to the close of the public hearing will be counted. If a previous speaker has already addressed the items you were going to speak on, you're not required to state them as well and have the opportunity to waive your right to speak. To facilitate the discussion, any question from the speakers will not be answered during the public hearing. If necessary, staff will address questions after the close of the public hearing. So we will now have a brief presentation on the rates. Matt.
Good evening, Council. I have here with me Josiah Close with HDR Engineering. He is the consultant the city retained to develop the rate study, and he has a presentation prepared explaining the findings of the study.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. Right, so tonight we have the final results of the rate study for the 3 utilities. We'll look at the purpose of a rate study and what we want to accomplish, how we conduct that rate study, and we'll take a peek at those final results and talk about the next steps. So our overall goals and objectives in conducting a rate study is to review the rates within an enterprise fund and make sure that we're charging customers appropriately for the service that they're being provided. What we look at is our overall costs, both operating and capital, and we compare that to the current revenue generation, and we can get a balance or deficiency of funds then, and we can propose rate adjustments in order to cover those costs. We do this exercise again, looking at each utility independently as an enterprise fund, and this is a prudent approach to rate setting. We have industry manuals that we look to so that we conduct the study in a similar way, whether it's within this city or with the 3 utilities here or any other city. This is how these rate studies are conducted, and it helps us to maintain compliance with the requirements of Prop 218. The process we go through, there's 3 analyses that build upon each other. The revenue requirement analysis is the first step. That gives us our overall costs of the utility, again, the operations and maintenance expenses, as well as the capital costs. We then move into the cost of service, where we look at the first year in the period, the test year, and we ask the question why we're incurring these costs. And within Proposition 218, we want to make sure that rates are proportional and cost-based. So the revenue requirement gives us that cost basis, which is the total cost that it takes to provide service. And then the proportionality requirement is established through the cost of service analysis, where we look at our costs and we can attribute them to the customers based on how they impact the system. So for sewer, we're looking at that volume and the strength components, what it takes for us to treat that, the flows. And then the rate design is where we design rates to collect the overall revenue that we need to cover our costs, as well as the proportionality requirements that we establish within the cost of service. Again, tying the loop between the three analyses to make sure that we're meeting the requirements of 218, as well as properly and adequately funding our costs for each utility. So we base these on the budgeted 2025-26 information, and then we escalate those costs into the future to make sure that we're maintaining coverage over those escalation of costs. As Matt mentioned, things like insurance, utility costs are increasing, and so we want to make sure that as we establish those rates into the future for the 5-year period, that we're covering those costs as well as we can anticipate those. The capital improvement plan is based on what the staff provided and identified. This is a key component, again, as Matt mentioned, the identification of those needed infrastructure improvements, the renewal and replacement of the existing infrastructure to maintain adequate health and safety and provide service for customers, and that's what they're paying for. So that capital improvement plan helps us establish that. Looking at the sewer utility first, this graphic shows our capital improvement plan. And so as we mentioned here, we're trying to increase that capital funding over time from where we currently are to where we need to be based on those identified capital projects. So what you'll see, that green area is our rate-funded capital component. This is our cash funding or pay-as-you-go component of capital. And so we want to make sure that we're funding at least annual depreciation. As Matt mentioned, that's not necessarily the goal, that's kind of the floor, because the replacement of existing assets costs more than when they were put into useful life initially. So we're ramping that up to achieve that goal. And what we're using is that blue shaded area is our available reserves we have. So we're trying to lessen the impact to rates right off the bat. We're trying to make it a smooth transition. And so we're using those reserves initially to help us within that transition over the 5-year period. This slide is our total cost for the sewer utility. The gray box is our operations and maintenance expenses, again, based on the budget, and then increased to incorporate those impacts from the escalation of costs over time. The solid line rather is our current revenue generation. So as we can see over time, based on that escalation of costs, we're not able to pay for those O&M expenses, let alone the capital contributions. And so that green shaded area is our rate-funded capital from the prior slide. So we want to incorporate that as an expense for the sewer utility, that cash contribution to capital on a pay-as-you-go basis, so that we're not having to incur long-term debt to replace those existing assets. And the dashed line is then our proposed revenue level, so that we can cover those costs and provide for the renewal and replacement of the system as well as our day-to-day operating costs. As I mentioned in the capital plan, we're utilizing our reserves short-term to help us transition rates over time, and then towards the end of the 5-year projected period, we replenish those reserves, targeting that 180 days of operations and maintenance expenses to make sure we have adequate cash flow needs for the sewer utility, as well as emergency or contingency risk that may come up. So talking next about the proportionality requirements, again, key in Prop 218 is that proportionality between different customer types. So charging adequately based on the service that we are providing. And so within sewer, we're looking at that volume contribution that typically drives costs, is how much stuff is coming down the pipe that we need to treat. Now, for a lot of utilities, they may also provide water within a city or district, and so they have the ability to estimate those flows more accurately. For the City of Avalon, we don't have that data, and so we rely on industry metrics and averages to come back to that relationship. So we don't have the data for the specific, however, the proportions are established through industry data that we have available. So we're not proposing any structural changes, and the proportionality is maintained with the prior study, and so we're looking at an across-the-board adjustment to all customer classes equally over the 5-year period. Again, the City of Avalon is unique, and so when we look at a local comparison, that might be difficult. So we want to keep in mind that there is no similar utility specifically between each city. However, even Avalon is more unique. So we work with a lot of utilities in the Lake Tahoe area, and they have similar constraints. And so what we wanted to do was just provide a comparison there, because there is things such as the construction. Up there, it's a shorter season because of snow and things like that. And you have similar logistical problems here that you have to overcome, as well as short-term rentals, second homes, or things like that. And so when you look at that, or when you take that into perspective and look at the current and proposed rates, they're right in line with a lot of utilities up there. I should also mention that they have much more limited customer bases than other cities or utilities that may have more customers to spread those costs over. As part of the rate study, we also wanted to analyze the Harbor Fund's contribution for each of the 3 utilities. So we are utilizing the proposed rates and then looking at the number of public restrooms and moorings with the residential and hotel rate respectively to establish what that contribution is, so that, again, we tie the contribution from the Harbor Fund to the service that we're providing for that. So next, looking at the saltwater utility. Some similar graphs here. We have, again, a transition to a higher level of capital contribution based on what we've identified for capital projects and the renewal and replacement of the system. And so we're utilizing reserves, again, short-term to try to help us take the edge off those increases and smooth out the transition of rates over time, with the ultimate goal of establishing a little bit higher level of asset renewal and replacement based on the needs that we have on the system. Bringing that into our summary, we have, again, our budgeted O&M expenses, materials and supplies, all those things that are included in the budget. And then we incorporate our capital contribution from rates, the green shaded area. Again, over time, we lose the ability to cover our O&M costs and eventually the capital contribution at our current rate levels. And so we're proposing at that dashed line revenues to cover those costs and provide prudent financial planning for those future capital investments that we need to make. A summary of the reserves for the saltwater utility, utilizing those short-term available reserves that we have, and then settling in towards that target at the end of the period there. 180 days of O&M is that target, and so we're achieving that towards the end of the study. To discuss cost of service proportionality, again, the data on saltwater is even more limited. Again, we don't meter, I should have said this in sewer as well, but we don't meter sewer or salt water unique from water. So it would be very expensive. Pretty much nobody does that unless you're a large industrial customer. And so we have to use the industry data again based on studies, and there's not a lot of them, unfortunately, but based on those studies, we create that proportionality between customer types. And so that's what we did in saltwater, is we mirrored the gallons per day that we're assuming within the sewer study for our proportionality within the saltwater utility. Again, no structural changes and across-the-board adjustment, given the same proportionality that we have established based on that industry data. We did a similar analysis on the Harbor Fund for their contribution to the saltwater utility. In this case, it did come down a little bit, but again, we wanted to make sure that we had the same methodology across all three utilities. So based on that number of restrooms and moorings, and the people utilizing that service that the city's providing. And then last, we have the solid waste utility. Again, looking at capital, it's not identical to the sewer and saltwater in the sense that we're needing to raise up to a little bit higher level, but rather we do have some large projects, as we spoke to before, with the landfill, wall expansion and capacity, and so we're using those reserves slightly differently. However, we do need to raise rates to replenish those reserves as well, and contribute at the level of rate-funded capital to make sure that we can cover those costs. So we also bring those into our revenue requirement summary then. In the gray shaded area, our budgeted operating and maintenance expenses that we have. The green is our rate-funded capital, so the cash funding of those capital projects that we have. And you can see, again, we lose the capacity to cover those costs at the current rate levels, and so we're proposing increases in revenue generation up to that dashed line so that we can cover costs. Utilizing our reserves that we have strategically, again, to minimize that impact to rates. So you can see we kind of dance around that dashed line at 180 days of O&M expenses, trying to make sure that we have reserves available if we need to react to any catastrophic or emergency situations, as well as realizing that because we get revenue from the tax roll in that process, we need to have cash available for the cash flow needs of the utility over time.
Why the big dip in 28, 29?
Yeah, that's when we're taking out reserves towards the phases for the wall. Yeah, that relates to the construction. Proportionality. So again, there is some data limitations we have because one, the city does not control the collection and disposal. So we don't have the data on number of containers per account, things like that. Even the weights and tonnages. So other cities that may have that data available for establishing the proportionality, as well as some customers even might share some containers and things like that. And so attributing the level of service to that precision, we don't have that option. So we're again looking at industry data for the waste contribution rates, and that's what we're using to establish the proportionality between customer classes. Just as in sewer and saltwater, there's no proposed change to the structure or the proportionality between customer classes. We're just recommending an across-the-board adjustment at those projected revenue generation levels that we need to cover our costs. And again, we looked at the Harbor Fund to do a similar analysis to make sure that we are having them contribute revenue at a level that covers the cost to provide service for them. And so we incorporated that within the rate study as well. We also put together a combined residential bill impact for your consideration for all three utilities. It moves up 7.5% for about 3 years, and then 6% for 2 years. Again, this reflecting those capital needs that we have, as well as the inflation on O&M. And so we've set these rates at a level to cover those costs that we've projected within the rate study. So the next steps, holding the public hearing, we've talked about the logistics of that, but if there's not 50% plus one, then council can move forward.
Well, thank you. We will now hear from anyone who wishes to speak.
Yeah, Fred Kilbride, 206 Whitley. With the increase with the sewage, it's quite a big increase, especially for the bars and shops and especially the hotels. So they're going to have to raise their rates if this goes through. But as I always thought, the hospital's getting $1 for everybody getting on board the boat. Maybe put a sewage initiative for maybe 50 cents, and that'll offset at least some of this increase that's going to happen. So it's something to think about. Okay?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Can you want to respond to that about any money that's made in the harbor stays in the harbor?
Well, I mean, historically, when we made the changes to the cross-channel, that goes the Harbor Capital Fund, so that's where it is. But I think it's a similar suggestion to what Councilwoman Schickling was saying, which is, are there other revenues or other streams of revenue that we could change, which essentially would fund the general fund, which would then go to offset this. So.
And for the harbor, what the analysis was, and the State Lands Commission had to agree to that, was that people taking the boat over might use the hospital if there's an incident. And so the State Lands Commission, which actually owns the lands, looked at that hospital rate and said that was a legitimate use of the harbor money coming from the harbor for the hospital, because people that come to the island use the hospital. And so we had to get approval from the state for that rate increase.
So we can say that people that come to town
use the restroom.
Thank you.
Well,
I wasn't gonna say it so
likewise,
nicely.
but Mayor, but they also capture, when they go to the hotel or when they go to the restaurant, and the restaurants are paying these rates, that's what's captured there, so.
I gotcha.
It's the
Okay.
same thing.
Yes?
Hello, Madam Mayor, Council. My name is Jessica Hickman, and if I understood the city manager correctly, we could still submit a letter of denial until the meeting's over. So I have one here that I want to submit.
I'm just, what is the majority? What kind of numbers are we talking about?
Gabby, do you have the number?
Yes, the majority, the 50 plus 1, comes out to 630 written protests.
So I think what are we at right now?
We are at 23.
So my name is Jessica Hickman, and I am representing the homeowners over at Bahia Vista, the 65 homeowners plus the HOA. With these proposed rates that you guys or that they're trying to impose on us, which is like 6 or 7% annually, that's going to increase our rates accumulatively over 40%. Now, there are a lot of residents that I'm representing over at Bahia Vista that we're a single income family, working families, and this is really going to impact us over at Bahia Vista and everywhere. These rate hikes, to me, are just beyond anything that we can afford. Right now, our HOA is expensive as it is, and with these imposed rate hikes per year, that's just going to increase it even more and going to put a financial burden on us residents. So what I'm asking is for the board to please reconsider and come up with some other means of collecting these fees via grants or something like that, but to impose these increased rates is really going to put a significant impact on residents. So I'm asking, I'm imploring, please consider some other means. Thank you.
Comments, thank you.
Donna Lopez, 52 Sol Vista, and I forget your name, but you said 9 or 10 times, budget. We need to budget. I don't know whoever looks at the warrants that go out every month. There's a lot we could be taking away. There's a lot of waste. You need to budget, because you're going to push the middle class down if you keep raising things. We're already paying higher Edison bills next year, or a couple months from now. The boat tickets are expensive, food's high, gas is high. Get your budget together, and you can do anything you want. Thanks.
For your comments. Anybody else?
Hi, Susanna Gutierrez, 139 Whitley. I was just curious, I had a question during the presentation. The rate increases were proposed as a blanket across the board increase for all the uses that they were showing on the screen, and I was wondering if there was a way to stagger it maybe, or put more of the cost burden, I don't know if this is going to be a very popular alternative, but put more of the cost burden on the other uses mentioned, like hotel or commercial, as opposed to the residences. So just recognizing the cost of living and their, cash expenditure availability, if that's an option to consider or something that we can look at.
Thank you.
Hello, Brie Bassard, 360 Clementi, and good evening. Should have been a part of a long-term planning discussion many years ago, Instead, homeowners are now being asked to absorb steep increases in a very short period of time because planning apparently did not keep the pace with the future obligations. Someone else's lack of planning should not become the financial emergency of every homeowner here in Avalon. Avalon residents already face substantial property taxes, utility assessments, and high living costs compared to many other communities in Los Angeles County. These costs will not stop with homeowners. Landlords will pass them on through higher rents, businesses will pass them on through higher prices, and working families will feel the pressure everywhere. This proposal risks making Avalon even less affordable for the people who actually live and work here year-round. I believe residents would be more open to solutions had there been early transparency about more phased planning, stronger efforts to pursue grants and outside funding, or alternative funding strategies explored before asking the community to shoulder repeated annual increases. A fair solution should balance infrastructure needs with the economic realities residents are already facing. We need a better approach, one that includes accountability, long-term planning, and shared responsibility instead of placing the burden almost entirely on local property owners. So I respectfully ask the council to vote no on the current proposal and start working on a solution that is more balanced and sustainable for Avalon residents. Thank you.
Comments? Anyone else? Seeing no others who wish to speak, I am prepared to close the public hearing. Before I do that, I would like to provide anyone who would like to submit or withdraw a written protest the opportunity to do so. Once the public hearing is closed, the City Council may no longer accept any written protests on the proposed rate increases. Are there any remaining written protests to be delivered to the City Clerk?
So no.
The public hearing is now closed. I don't think we need to ask if you need a recess to tabulate. Right. Okay. I now ask the City Clerk to provide the City Council with the tabulation results of all valid written protests submitted prior to the close of the public meeting.
Prior to the close of the public hearing, we received a total of 23 written protest letters regarding the rates for the sewer service charges. The majority of the owners of the identified parcels or tenants directly liable for such charges would equal to 630. A majority protest does not exist to the proposed sewer rates. Prior to the close of the public hearing, we received a total of 23 written protest letters regarding proposed saltwater rates. The majority of the owners of the identified parcels or tenants directly liable for such charges would equal 630. A majority protest does not exist to the proposed saltwater rates. Prior to the close of the public hearing, we received a total of 23 written protest letters regarding the proposed solid waste rates. A majority of the owners of the identified parcels or tenants directly liable for such charges would equal 630. A majority protest does not exist to the proposed solid waste rates.
The city clerk has advised us that based on the number of valid written protests submitted prior to the close of the public hearing, a majority protest does not exist for the adoption of the proposed rates for the sewer, saltwater, and solid waste rates. The council may now proceed to consider the proposed resolution to adopt the increases to the sewer, saltwater, solid waste rates. Do any of the members of the city council wish to speak or call on staff for a clarification with respect to the proposed rates? Again, this is just about accepting, right?
Rate study.
The rate study. Is that understood? This is about the rate study and not necessarily what the rates will be.
That's correct. This is just to adopt what the maximum rates could be for the period covered by the 5 years. And in the past, the council has deferred some of the rate increases.
Okay, any discussion, council?
So, sorry, do you mind if I just, so I think that was at least the second, if not the third time that we've seen that presentation, right? Second time on council that we've seen it in real life, yeah. It's now the either fourth or fifth meeting that we've discussed sewer, saltwater, and solid waste rates for this round. And this is a process that we've done now every 5 years because it's required to do a rate study every 5 years. I think the amount of transparency in presenting what these rates are and presenting what the potential is and presenting why the rates are necessary has been presented publicly multiple times. And I would like to thank both of you for working on this and making it easy to digest. I think the biggest challenge that I always see with this every time is that everybody assumes property taxes are going up because it comes as part of their property tax roll. And it's not a property tax, it's a utility bill. It unfortunately gets charged because it's a lot cheaper to do it this way for the community. There's a reason we do it this way and don't do it as a monthly bill, so we can keep rates down, so that we don't have to have extra staff just to manage these rates. I agree that everything is more expensive, that everything is going up in cost, that it is challenging at best most days to try to budget and figure out how we're gonna pay and afford for everything. The hard part is, and I said it at the beginning of this meeting, it is a lot easier to pay for things when they are fixable and not after they have broken. And we've seen enough of city staff, especially this month during Public Works Week, having to respond to multiple water breaks and multiple issues that I would love to be able to have money in the fund to go out and fix the entire system. But if we do that, we're all going broke right now. We can't afford it. There's no way for us to fund that without significant grant infrastructure funding to be able to ensure that that doesn't happen. So what we've been doing, at least for the last 2 rounds of council that we've all been on, has been trying to bring the rates up to a point that the service, it doesn't make money, but it's not losing money. There's money to be able to fix and do what we need to do to keep a system working for you that is necessary. It's not like it's extra. I don't even want to know what happens if someone thinks sewage is extra, because I don't want that around. Like, that needs to be treated. It needs to be taken care of. It needs to have a system that works and is maintained well. I hear people concerned about, well, how come it wasn't always maintained? I don't know. I can't speak to that. But to our part and to the city's part, we've done our best to try to maintain rates that make sense. So I appreciate that it's difficult to have rate increases in an election year, but that's what it is. So I would make a motion to adopt the resolution adopting rates by at least, sorry, what is the actual?
It's item number 3. You're going to begin. We've already adopted the first resolution.
Thank you. Okay.
And heard the hearing.
So 3, to adopt the resolution establishing the maximum service fees, again, not necessarily the fees, but the maximum service fees allowed for sewer, saltwater, and solid waste for the next 5 years. To find the establishment of maximum service fees are exempt from CEQA, and if a resolution adopting the rates is adopted by at least 2/3 of the city council, direct staff to set a new public hearing to adopt a report and direct replacement of the annual fees for fiscal year 2026-2027 for sewer, saltwater, and solid waste on the property tax roll by the County of Los Angeles.
I still had a comment.
Sure.
I think everything you said, hallelujah, amen. Because it is hard to be up here and try to figure that out, because it's not just, when you're in the seat, it's a balance. You have to try to balance it all out, because if not, we go broke. You can't do that. But I will say that it still doesn't change the fact that it is heavy on our residents, and it will fall on our renters, and it is now an incentive on why, and even though we have a cap, you know, there's still gonna be folks that are gonna wanna now go to a vacation rental, because they're not gonna be able to pay this. So it's really hard to right now find that balance, and for me to feel comfortable. I know right now we're just making a motion for this, but I want to make sure to also validate their concerns, because they are valid. And so I did want to ask if, I really did like Susanna's suggestion, because I was kind of looking into that as well, whether it be, if it's possible, I'm not sure, I know you're going to step in, so let me know. But I was looking at, the long-term or vacation rentals, or based on square footage and not units, because I think that's where they're hit the hardest, or fees for property value and things like that. But go ahead, Scott, step in and let me know.
So the law and the cases that have come out recently have been very, very focused not on, they're focused on the type of use and the reasonable relationship between the fee and the type of use. And so what these rates have been based on are all the cases that have come out in the last couple of years about tying the fees to the actual use of the property. And so one of the things is some cities have looked at adjusting that for just the cost, like some people can't afford it. And then those rates have been challenged because they're not based upon the cost of the services delivered, the cost of the actual cost of either delivering the water, taking the sewer away, and stuff like that. And so we've tried to do with understanding that this town is based on, it is the residents have to pay so much because we have to have the capacity for 4th of July and everyone there. We've tried to, or they have tried to make the rates as low as they can, but to pay for the necessary infrastructure and to look for ways that if there's a way to fairly attribute the rates to areas that have higher use because of their use because of tourists, to have those rates adjusted to meet the actual use by people who visit the city outside of residence.
What I found a little concerning was where it said that we are using industry data and not metered by the city.
Well, you don't have meters.
You don't have meters.
It would cost a lot more to put meters in.
And so if you could put meters in, that would be, the cost of paying those meters would be millions of dollars. I've put meters in Lake Arrowhead where we did electric meters, and that was like a $4 million project.
And then maintenance and reading meters.
Meters and service staff, yep.
Yeah. So it's tough either way, and the problem is with Avalon is with the water going in, so you have the salt water coming in from the city, and then you have the fresh water coming in from Edison. And then so the only way to measure, you have to have a meter really for the salt water coming in, and then Edison would have to share the information for the water coming in so that you could calculate based on the salt water and Edison the effluent coming out, or have a meter on the sewer.
Oh, so we could
combined.
bill Edison for their fresh water. Yeah.
You can bill the residents for the the residue of the mating of the salt.
Right.
Fresh water.
But so speaking of Edison, Edison has a care program for people that don't make a lot of money. Is there some way we can do a program like that for qualified families or individuals, you know, to pay a lesser rate than?
So, not with respect to the setting of the rates. You can't do that. The city could decide under the general fund to create a fund to help people, but that's separate from the rates. Because the rates have to be based on the use of the property and the fixtures in the property. But you could establish a separate fund out of the general fund for rate relief.
Well, so that doesn't make sense to me. I'm looking at the table ES-3, present and proposed annual saltwater rates. Residential, the billing unit is the dwelling unit. Commercial is per toilet. Hotel is per toilet. However, commercial and residential are exactly the same all the way across. How do you compare a residential to a commercial? Where'd we come up with that one?
So, yeah, we look at the gallons per day, and so the assumption, you work through what the commercial looks like here with residential, and we tried to equate the per toilet to that residential based on the gallonage, the industry data that we have, because that's the best surrogate information that we have.
So I've lived here for 31 years. There's probably a handful of places that have more than 2 toilets that people live in, residential places. And a commercial establishment would probably have, 3 to 5, but yet they're charged exactly the same.
Per toilet.
Per toilet versus per.
The commercial rate is a
Commercial says
per
per
toilet rate,
toilet,
and the residential is a one base rate.
So it's $300 per toilet.
For a commercial,
For the
yes.
commercial.
For a residential, it is per unit regardless of how many
Okay,
toilets.
so that doesn't make any sense either. So then, I see that, but I got that. But so why is a hotel only $165 per toilet?
So,
No, you know the answer anyway. It's based on the sewer flows, and so we have industry data for hotels testing, and that relationship is, I think it's 0.55 for a hotel to a single-family dwelling unit for flow. So that's what we base the rate on.
In other words, what they're saying is the industry data shows that people who stay in a hotel use facilities elsewhere in
those, okay, a residential house is used 365 days a year. A hotel room isn't typically utilized. And I could have 8 people living in my house, and in a hotel room, maybe you've got 2. So, I don't know if that makes any sense, but.
It does.
Yeah, it does.
It does.
Yeah.
No, it's just a damn shame that we have to do this at all. I totally get it.
I think, Mary, to your point, I'd be open to seeing if we can just do a basic study on what a care program run through the city would look like. Either if there's grant funding that could fund a program like that, or if that could be a potential way to set aside funds specifically up to a certain dollar amount for a certain number of users. It's not a bad idea. It's a great idea.
Yeah, I feel like that's the least we could do for a resident. Something.
I don't know if Edison would be willing to share.
% increase in solid waste rather than the 4.5% cap that the study would set. And so if that was the direction, we would be adopting the rate not as in the study, but at a lesser amount.
Okay.
Well, I have another question. Go ahead.
No.
But, okay, we don't have to give any of this number to the county until August.
That's correct.
Well,
Our date's June, I believe.
Yeah.
we really have to have it, well, there's two aspects to it, is we really have to have it finalized before the end of June. One, just from a practical standpoint, I need to know how much revenue I have to then budget accordingly. And then secondly, there's I believe a time frame from when we adopt the rate to when the rate goes into effect. And so really, I think the June 2nd meeting, we've done it at other meetings in June, but I think the June 2nd or the June 16th meeting would be when we need to set the rates for the next fiscal year, because there's work involved in me getting the data also to the county.
Right, and there's also a company that we have, I forgot who does it, that takes the rates and then looks at it for each property. They're going to have to compute a specific amount.
I do that now.
Very good, Matt.
Yeah, we don't outsource that anymore.
Really?
Wow.
He really is the best.
Okay, well, we're putting Michael to sleep. He made the motion.
I made the motion. I made
Lisa
the
did the
motion.
Oh, okay.
I'll second.
Okay.
But just a question. I was looking at the original rates as proposed, the 2%. I was looking at the original rates as proposed, the 4, not the 2.
So what
For
would
the
the
ceiling.
So
Yes.
my
Good. Just
recommendation
making
would
sure.
be to adopt the study,
Yes.
setting the maximum rates.
Yeah.
We will come back at the next council meeting
With the
to
options.
adopt a rate, and whatever rate we adopt at the next meeting cannot exceed the rate that's in the
percentage.
study for
Yeah.
next year.
Okay, perfect.
Moved and seconded. Let's call for the vote.
Yes, we can absolutely go lower.
All ayes.
Now we're on item number 7.
There's more?
Okay. Yep. Item number 7, we have a first reading of an ordinance prohibiting fireworks in the city of Avalon. Just briefly, the city has already adopted the Los Angeles Fire Code, which prohibits fireworks. However, in order to simplify enforcement, both with the sheriff and fire department, we're recommending adopting a local ordinance, which would essentially prohibit possession, use, sale, discharge of fireworks within the city. As we all know, we're in a high fire severity zone. This would prohibit the discharge of fireworks under a local code. It would establish penalties from $250 to $1,000 for each violation. And it would also provide that any fireworks that cause a fire, emergency response person responsible could be held financially responsible for the cost of the fire suppression, emergency medical service, law enforcement, evacuation, or any other related damages.
Okay. For a motion to introduce. and
I'll
waive?
make a motion to introduce and waive all further readings of an ordinance prohibiting the use, possession, sale, and discharge of fireworks within the city of Avalon.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call for the vote.
Oh, public hearing. Anyone?
Oh, there's a
hearing.
public hearing for this
Public?
one?
Oh, no, any members of the public, I'm sorry.
Y'all want to talk?
Oh, any members? Okay. Where's my script? Okay. Any comments from the public? Okay.
What happens if they set them off on the beach in Pebbly Beach? Is that prohibited? Is that in there?
It's anywhere
whole
within the
city.
city
The
limits.
city
yes.
limits.
So Pebbly Beach is still city limits?
Still city limits, yeah, most of it, yeah.
All right, just checking, because I did that before and I don't want to. It's rocks and it's ocean.
And it is a shame our children don't get that opportunity.
It was years ago.
But I'm
Whose
just,
mom is this?
I know,
Can you guys vote?
yeah, but I'm, but I'm
At
just,
least transparency from your council
I'm just
members,
happy
right?
that we can still have community fireworks. Because there are
Exactly.
cities that are prohibiting all those. Let's call for the vote, so Michael can.
I already voted.
Okay.
We were just waiting for you.
All ayes.
Item number 8. Oh, okay, item number 8. Anybody want to do this one?
Oh, I'm sorry. Item number 8, contract for Stage 1 Design and Engineering Services, Progressive Design, build contract for the Cabrillo Mole Revitalization Project, Phase 2. So what you have before you, the city has already followed public contract code and by authorizing the city to use the Progressive Design build contracting. We've gone out for that for the Phase 2 project. This project includes 2 phases, pre-construction design phase services, stage 1, and final design services and construction services to complete the project. The selected design builder performs stage 1 design and engineering services, during or after which the design builder proposes to the city a guaranteed maximum price to construct the project. If accepted, the parties will enter into an amendment for the contract to go to stage 2. So at this point, we have, to remind council, we have gone out for an RFQ for this project. We have received 3 qualified proposals back. City staff has gone through the process of vetting those 3 proposers. We've evaluated them, scored them, and ranked them. Ultimately, all 3 proposers were present in front of City Council, made their presentation. Based on that, the city staff is making the recommendation to select Anderson Burton as our partner on this project. We believe Anderson's project experience and references demonstrate that its resume is similar design-build public projects of relevant size and scale, executed in similar remote and challenging locations, featuring Spanish heritage style, fits with what we want to do. Anderson's proposal was the most consistent with what the city had asked for and the most desired of these presented responses to the RFQ. We recognize Anderson was not the lowest cost proposer. The evaluation criteria in the RFQ clearly explained the cost was not the only or most heavily weighted evaluation criteria to determine the highest ranked proposer and the best value procurement. But I would point out that Anderson, when you combine stage 1 and stage 2, was very closely aligned with the city's expectations and the other proposals. City staff, like I said, arranged for them to appear in front of council. Council had the opportunity to hear from each. I would point out the city did receive a protest in response to the city staff's original recommendation to award the contract to Anderson. Paddleford protested the selection of Anderson on 3 grounds. Those grounds, I won't repeat everything. Council has received both the protest and the response. A copy of Paddleford's protest is enclosed and provided to council. City received the response to the protest from Anderson. We all asked Anderson for their response. We received that, also enclosed that, and provided that to council. After fully considering Paddleford's protest, the city has rejected that protest as both a combination of untimely in part and meritless on the other parts. A copy of the city's determination is also attached for council. Paddleford responded to the city's rejection, and we've included all that back and forth correspondence to City Council. So at this time, after fully completing the review, after resolving the protest, city staff is recommending that council award the design to Anderson. The City Council will be affirming the rejection of Paddleford also in this request. And once the city, or immediately the city staff will start negotiating with Anderson to try to reach a contract, a final contract. Once we reach that agreement, we will return to council with that agreement, asking for final approval on it. Are there any questions?
I just have a question. Is Paddleford done with, or could they still come back on us for some reason?
The only action they could always file a lawsuit, but the lawsuit under the Public Contracts Code. Really what happens is if you file a bid protest and you win the bid protest, the courts will award you the fees that you spent in preparing the bid documents, and that's it. So that's the damages that you get. You don't get the lost profits from the project.
Oh, okay.
You get the cost of preparing the bid documents. So that's assuming the lawsuit is, hey, I should have been awarded this and I wasn't. Give me my damages.
Hey, council. It's your pleasure.
Any public comment?
Any comments?
Public comment? No.
Then I'll make a motion to waive any minor irregularities in the proposal of Anderson Burton Construction, Inc. for the Cabrillo Mall Revitalization Project Phase 2. Award the Stage 1 design and engineering services Progressive Design Build contract for the Cabrillo Mall revitalization. Phase 2, project to Anderson Burton Construction, Inc., thus affirming the city manager's rejection of an appeal filed by Paddleford, subject to finalization of such an agreement. Authorize the city manager or designee to negotiate and bring back a contract agreement with Anderson Burton Construction for city council approval.
Second. Go for it.
Ooh, we got Yesenia on that one. Okay, if no further discussion, call for the vote.
All ayes.
Okay. Let's go make them all. If there's no further business, meeting adjourned.
Closed session, Mayor.
Well, we're opening it up, but we're going into closed session.
Closed session is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, one case.
Well, good. Well, thank you all for coming and staying. We are back from closed session.
In council closed session unanimously authorized the city attorney to file papers with the Federal Communications Commission.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned.
We're done.